Anyways, today is day 4 of the annual Montreal Cree Nation General Band Assemblies. They started off in Saskatchewan on Monday. Tuesday they were in Prince Albert. Yesterday we're in our other community, as we call it, Musquash, Little Red. That's where they were yesterday. And today is day 4 here in our homeland in Montreal Cree Nation. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Roger Byrne. I am filling in today for our band manager, Don Mackay, who's unable to be here today. He's got other duties to fill in today, so I'm tasked with being your MC for the day. So I want to welcome each and every one of you. Welcome our elders. Welcome our youth. Welcome our staff. And of course, our membership to Montreal Cree Nation Annual Assembly. Before we start, I want to ask one of our elders from our community here to come on up and render us with a prayer. I'm going to ask Elder Stephen Ross to come on up and render us with a prayer. So Stephen, if I can ask you all to rise, stand up, and remove your headwear, please.
Good morning. Good morning, people. Good morning. One more time, we're allowed to see another day, another morning, another beautiful morning. We never know. We just never know when. Yesterday, I had a fall, and I've spent most of my years, adult years, working for the nation in local politics. I guess that's where I'll fall when that time comes. The Creator will decide when that time is come. So with that, I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank the elders for making it one more time, and the Chief of Council. We also have the young youth Chief of Council here, students. They're ready to give us a few words of wisdom. We didn't ask them money. We didn't ask them about one better.
Thank you, Stephen. Nice to win. At this time, I'm going to ask our chief of our nation, ask our Chief Joyce McLeod to come on up here and make some opening comments. So, Chief.
Hi, good morning. Nice to be back here. We're blessed to see another day. Blessed to see the youth chief and council here. I'm going to be seeing them as I don't see a little a headdress sitting there, so I have an extra one. I'll be presenting that during February 11. And so I think we deserve a little headdress we still because our youth from the trolley have a headdress. But first of all, I want to acknowledge our elder Stephen for the prayers and our Creator for bringing us here safe and sound. You're going to be the elders, advisory council. Those are our advisors. The council that are here. Each of them, I'm going to ask each of them to come in and talk briefly about their portfolios. We've been sitting at the urban Saskatoon until 10 o'clock at night. Prince Albert till late, 9 o'clock. Little Red, about 6 o'clock. Today we're going to challenge that. Maybe we'll be here till midnight. We have a new MC here. And Lionel here that can speak all day. So we have to give him a time limit here yesterday. I also want to acknowledge the staff from here, from the school, from Montreal Cree Nation, the program directors, and the security, who have been doing very, very hard work, I guess. Especially Kiana, who's winning all our fishing tickets. kids, and all of the guys, the youth that are sitting here, all the presenters. Like Steven said, we stuck in Ibagisi and Bagisi, Ipisoigit. Nista, so sometimes we take life for granted. Sometimes we don't think, and we're always in a rush. We don't acknowledge the things that we have that we should be grateful for. Nista Bagisi, Saskatchewan, Japan, Ipiskag, Igati, Mitao, Goya, head-on collision, so close. Lucky somebody said I can move like a cat. Borsi is like a big. I said I just swerved because he's real fast. It's got a head-on collision. Those are the things we have no control of, but we also know that the Creator looks after us, and that's why it's so important. Whenever you have meetings, you always start with a prayer. When you eat, be grateful. Start with a prayer. At the school, you start with a prayer. No matter where you are, always pray. But also, I'm going to wear my other hat now as a former teacher. I want to grade. I always grade myself. Am I doing good? Am I doing better? What can I do better? So I want to grade that the council that you have today. You have done such an excellent work. I would give them an A+. Because they go way beyond what they're supposed to be doing. Sometimes people forget that us too, Istanan, we go through challenges even at home, even with our families. And kami naman ay misteo since Christmas. Just we go from funeral to funeral to funeral, stay when our elders. I think about that, and Nistanan, we're affected because we're in church. We're stuck with the biggest square. When you see people hurting, and it hurts us, especially when we're related to those people. So we face that, and yet sometimes, what do? Who do you go and see? There's so much grief in our community, both Little Red and Montreal. What do we need? I think that's the part we can do better. That is one part that we're kind of lacking. We have to look after our staff, we have to look after ourselves, and we have to look after our leadership. Because grief after grief after grief, it hits us. And sometimes we don't know where to go or what to do. And there's so the council will be here. They'll give you a brief description of what their highlights, their challenges, their programs, their housing, education, sports and recreation, everything. They'll tell you guys where the challenges are. And I think this is the place. We went to Urban and Prince Albert and Saskatchewan, but whatever we face in the community, it doesn't really affect them. The Little Red, we have different problems and challenges there. So today, we're going to focus our issues in Montreal Lake Cree Nation. And I want to say that it's been quite an honor to represent you, to be the voice, to be your voice in Prince Albert District and FSIN level. And I do that because we need some representation there. Even for myself, I try my best to do whatever, for the community, for all our memberships, but there's always some stuff that are leaking, that are lacking. I think I want to say the safety of our community is number one. It's a safety community plan. But keep in mind, on Friday we have people, facilitators that are going to be on Zoom. So we're going to be getting we're going to be going through that, trying to get as much help as possible for Montreal Lake. It's called Community Safety Plan. If you guys are, we'll be having more engagements on that. Another thing that we're lacking, that we should do better, is the justice, the policing, and the justice. We don't have I think we have a policing and justice committees that are coming up that people should be signing up for. That's the main one, you know. Everybody, Cookums and Kamusoms, they should be able to feel safe at home. They keep coming back. We send some are going incarcerated. They don't even learn anything there. How can we improve that? I said there has to be a better way that we should be able to help these people. That's not for me, you know. That's the big one. How do we deal with the people that are incarcerated? How do we deal with the people that are walking around free? That there's no injustice, there's no justice for everybody. How do we deal with those? It's up to your community, you know. Let's sit down together and let's deal with that. Because, you know, when they get incarcerated, that's not a good thing. Because they keep coming back anyway. Where else are they going to go? They have to come home. Another one the second one, the third one, I guess I want to concentrate on is the Bill C-92. And Lionel has mentioned in other assemblies, and you know, we need to start making our laws. We only have 2 bylaws, but we have to start making our laws, and that's part of justice. And Bill C-92, we're way behind. Another one is CHRT 401. We have an old band office that was built back in the 70s. We have an old arena that was built back in the 70s. We have to do better. We have to do better for our communities. We have to do better for our staff. We have to do better for our kids. And the next one is Malanosa. That's an exciting one. And Jason and I will be speaking on that after. And the last but not least, we have lots of dogs. We have a problem with dogs. In different places, not only in Montreal, but also in Little Red. Because some people actually believe that dogs have spirits. And we don't know that. But we have to get our dogs, you know, the only time the community is going to wake up is when our kids get attacked by dogs. We shouldn't have to go there. We shouldn't have to wait for that. We had met me and Conrad during we were on call after New Year's, and we did meet with an organization that can come here and start dealing with our dog problem. I'm not talking about these guys. These are real dogs, like 4 legs. I'm sorry. So which malagi igas man na spring fever and so anyway, I just want to say I want to commend my council that are very, very hardworking. Not only that, they're intelligent. They have a lot of experience. They're hunters, they're trappers, they're fishermen, and they're educators. So, with that, I'm going to ask the council to come in. This is our last assembly, so I think it's best to just come and speak on your challenges, the things that you've been doing. And we have a will together We are a great team. We're a very strong team if we stand together. You can say. No, sir. Let's go. Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. For those that don't know me, I'm the urban counselor, Jeff Badger. Past few days, we've been moving around from Saskatchewan, Prince Albert, around now. Today's the last day for Montreal Lake sector. Some of the things that I've been working on for the nation is, first off, I'll start with governance. Today we have Tanya Ross. Is she here? She's just waving her hands over there. She's our new governance coordinator. Just a heads up for everybody, we're going to be working on our citizenship code here in the next little while. So there's going to be notices going out, community consultation meetings. So we'll be coming out to the nation to introduce the new citizenship code. So anything that's going to be presented will be, I guess, given in advance, at least a month's notice. It'll be on the website. So if there's any changes, anything that needs to be deleted, I think that'll be the time for membership to have a say. So there's also going to be the land code coming to be, and I know Jason will be speaking on that later on today. I know there was some issues in regards to the Election Act, the Executive Act, which we're also going to be dealing with once again. So keep an eye out and you're open for those meetings. We're going to be addressing those as well. Every 3 years we'll be looking at the new ratification process for those laws that were put in place. Adding to that, we're also working with the language group. We want to have our Cree language component added to our laws. So that's something that we want to incorporate into our documents. So we're going to be working with Charlotte Ross on that one and the others. So there's other files. We have the dispute resolution process that we need to address as well. So how do we do that? So we're going to be bringing those documents to the nation. Going back to the urban setting, I know there's a few of you that have been visiting our urban office and coming to make application to our Jordan's Principal program. So we have Gloria and we have Flora. They're both coordinating the Jordan's Principal program out of our office, and just this year alone, they've brought in $2.5 million, and that helped address first month's rent, damage deposit, food, clothing, and other items for families and children. So we know that program really played a big role in assisting our officers members and our officers members. So they've accommodated Montreal and Montreal as well. Moving forward, we want to move on some files such as urban housing. Also introducing a plan to make a long-term investment for Montreal Lake. Right now we're paying rent on somebody else's mortgage. So why don't we put a proposal, a plan in place to invest in our own facilities in the officer setting. So these are proposals, these are plans that we're going to be working on in the next little while. So we have some consultants that we're working with to help us address those. So when we do our AGMs, we're going to be having some AGMs in Prince Albert and Saskatchewan to get some input from the membership as well. So if there's any other areas that they want to see us working on, that'll be the time that they can address those requests. So with that, I'll just keep it short. We have a long day and a long agenda, so with that, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charmaine Irvine. I am the counsel for Little Red, Montreal Montreal Lake, Little Red Sector. There we go. A few of my portfolios is MLBV, Montreal Lake Child Family Agency, Health, Daycare Head Start. Oh geez, I'm having a brain fog. But anyway, the past 3 days and today's day 4 has been very informative, and I want to thank all of our program managers, our auditor who is here with us, our health manager, Ray, and our elders council. Thank you, Stephen, for the prayer. It's always good to start off in a good way. So with that, I look forward to today, the last day of our Bible assembly, and then we can get right back to work. So let's have a good day. Ego say. Thank you, have a seat.
Good morning, everyone. I want to give thanks to our Creator for allowing us to be here today. Thank you, Stephen, for your prayers this morning. Thank you, Roger, for being our MC today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Caroline Tahoe. I'm one of the band counselors for Montreal Lake on Reserve. Sorry. You just threw me off track here. I was just saying my speech all night at home. I'm kidding. No, some of my, I guess, going back to giving thanks here, our staff, I want to acknowledge our staff for the work that they did to organize our assemblies. This is our 4th day, as they're saying, Saskatchewan Monday, PA Tuesday, and then yesterday in Little Red, and our staff have been traveling and ensuring that everything is done so our members have whatever it is that they need. So when I think about my portfolio, some of them that I oversee, I'll just look at the agenda. Head Start and Daycare, that's one of my first ones that's on there. Recently, Riva is our Head Start director, and she's on leave right now. I was told that she was coming back today to do a report, so we'll see. There's a lot of work in there, 0 to 6-year-olds. There's one of the things that we're working on is a feasibility study for a new Head Start and Daycare for Montreal Lake. Our next one is Health, so Ray is our director there. That's one of the portfolios that I have. And it's such a huge program. There's so much needs. We look at our program and how are we addressing our members' needs in each area. And now we're kind of working on strategies, which Ray is going to discuss today, with expanding our services, because there's a lot of services that we still don't have in the community, which we have to travel out in the community to receive. So we're still working on that. Housing is another portfolio that I oversee. Janelle Mikaho is our director. She's been in there for a year. Prior to that, she was working alongside our previous director. There's a lot of work in that area as well. It's such a huge portfolio, and taking on that challenge last year, I really had no idea what I was going into, but just learning real quick every meeting, learning from everybody around the table, because our committee members, some of them have sat on that committee for years, so they have a lot of knowledge there. So Janelle will be discussing her housing. One thing that I would like to say from my perspective is, with our houses, and we think about our houses. I know myself. I always had this perspective of it was a house. We're housing a family, and I didn't really put much into that thought, but now coming into this role, I kind of see it different now, because this is the house that we were given, say, our phase 16 units, those are houses that were given in a certain year. Those units are now band units, so they're no longer CMHC units. And how do you ensure that this phase 16 house is going to last for another 25 years? That's something that's in my in my perspective now, because it's, a lot of people, when they receive a house, it's for myself, I guess. It was like just right now. It was never like, 10 years, 15 years, thinking about how to continue making sure that house is maintained. So there's a lot with housing, and right now I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but Prince Albert, PA now, they just released an article 3 weeks ago stating that they were in a housing crisis, and that the city of Prince Albert has their biggest challenge right now is meth remediation, and it costs $28,000 to remediate a house, in the city of PA, and they have the funds to do that research and then publish that research. We don't have those funds, but what we do have is we have the knowledge here in the community. So right now we have houses that are sitting vacant, and we have phone calls. A lot of people upset, calling housing saying, well, that house is empty, but really we can't put a family in houses because they're positive, they tested positive for meth, and that's a safety. So that's one of our biggest things right now with housing. Going on another program that I oversee, Jordan's Principle. That one's a new one in the last 3 years in the community, and that one's another huge portfolio, and Jacqueline will be doing her report today, and there's so much that Jordan's Principle can do, and it's one of the things that I'm finding is it's lacking in our health support, because there's so much health, there's so many children in the community that have disabilities, and that they're not receiving the proper resources that they need at home. And Jordan's Principle can help with that, but there's so many applications in queue. I think there's like 24,000 right now that are in queue for Jordan's Principle, and we have somebody in Montreal that put in, they need a fence, they still haven't even touched that. That was 3 years ago we submitted for fences, and they still didn't touch it. That just shows that somebody who may need special glasses to see the child, somebody who needs something in their house, it's just a long wait, 2-3 years. Another one, sorry, I'm just taking forever up here. Prevention is another huge portfolio. Maybe I'll just talk a little bit after those ones. Thank you. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I want to give thanks to the elders for the preparedness today. Welcome, band members and guests. Thank you to the elders council for being here today, and I see the junior council here. I'm going to keep this short. I'm not feeling too good, so I wasn't feeling too good yesterday. Toughed it out in a little red there, in and out, blowing my nose, sneezing. So I'm going to do my best today to tough it out as well, to be here for everyone. Some of the programs I look after, my major one is public works. We look after roads and bridges and sewer and water. So usually when the roads are bad, it's my fault. So we keep on top of that. I look after economic development. That's a new program for me. I think I got it about last year and a half ago. So we're in the fencing business now. We're doing good so far. We're actually looking into halfway house now to get that to get a store back up in that lot up there. So we're starting that process at our next meeting on the 4th. I'm going to give thanks to my colleagues being here and MC. He has been on as Troy Henderson here. And then the program I just got maybe a few weeks ago was a social program. I'm still new at that. I'm learning Mizzou and what the workers there are. And so that's a new one for me with working with Val. I also sit on a project management team. I look after all the capital projects on reserve. As you see, we have a portable new classrooms going here. We got a new lagoon, a new treatment plant. I look after, what else do I do? There's RCMP, they contact me right away regarding a missing person. That's where you see me on Facebook, scrambling, looking. So we do find funding here and there to help support our equipment. Also, I look after the structural fire. Dispatch calls me first when there's a structural fire, and then I call Keanu and Dev, and then they call the other guys. It's kind of a routine. We have a protocol. First into the fire truck, drives the truck. We all have buttons to get in there. We recently just saved the house. I believe it was yesterday morning. We got there within minutes, and then we saved the house. And I'm thankful everyone is okay. There's 5 in there. They're actually we had to get Red Cross involved. They're actually in a hotel right now, so we're still trying to figure out a placement when they get back. Still working at that. Other than that, thank you. If you see me walking in and out, I'm blowing my nose or sneezing, so I'll try to be quiet in the back coughing, and thank you everyone.
Hello, my name is Conrad. I'm one of the new councillors. I go on the month of November, and I'd like to acknowledge the elder for the prayer, and also the elders that you see sitting over there, and also the young people that you see at the end over there. Those are our young leaders, and I was just thinking about that. And some of the leaders here that you'll see, they actually used to be on, youth committees and all that. So eventually they made their way up to leadership. So that's something to see, look forward to see where they go. And also the leadership here, I'd like to acknowledge them, and also thank you for Roger for stepping in for the band manager who's busy away today that can't make it for the MC. And yeah, they were saying this is the 4th day, so we've been in a few communities, and the days are long, and but they're all rewarding, and it's all required through the community. And also, we've been doing footage also, and thank my son here for stepping in, and it's he's starting to feel it now with his back and his legs and all that. So and I do the editing at night and in the morning, so hopefully we get that on for all the assemblies for the next few days. And actually I'm here to support the program managers, and there's their reports. And my portfolios I share with Carol too, the detox and the prevention programs. And being new, I just basically learning about the programs right now and helping wherever I can. And I also have the Cree language program and Kitespino committee also. I was on those committees before. And also the health support, I have that also, and the church and culture and membership, and that's kind of busy right now with Judy, so thank you for Judy for your patience. And also community events, try to help out wherever I can to get things ready and all that. And also to acknowledge our administration staff that have been working to try to keep everything rolling and going as we go through different things, and even the losses that we've had. And there's a lot of things that have to happen before during those events and those outcomes. I mean, not the events, but and also we also have a clean audit this year, and I'd like to. We were going to see that next with Jason and Linz, and also the Fish Derby that's coming up. There's tickets over there, and there's also a fundraiser over there, and a few tables over there that are representing some of the programs. And like most people know, the only way that things can happen is to get involved. So when you see an event happening, put your name in as a volunteer or as somebody that can actually help and benefit the event. So And just want to acknowledge the current chief and council that are really supportive in my new role. And I was a school bus driver a few months ago here, and I was also behind the camera. The thing was basically being invisible, and now I'm straight across the table now and in the center of attention. So it's quite the change, but it is possible, and that's what I want to relate with the other people over there. You know, sometimes you do jobs that are not really part of the leadership, but it can happen if you make the effort and just get involved and move on to the next phase. So thank you very much, and thought I'd share a little bit.
I'll be real quick. I was just standing back there thinking, as a kid growing up and, my parents being politicians, I used to come and sit in these things and this place would be packed, with band members asking questions. We'd have microphones all around the room where they could stand up and ask questions. Why isn't it like that? I don't understand why our assemblies
drugs and alcohol
aren't, what I mean? Like, why aren't they the way they used to be? We're under pressure as leaders. When are you having an assembly? You get asked those questions. So we're here having an assembly, but yet, I respect all the people that are here, but where's all our members? Yesterday we had a good crowd at Little Red. PA, we had a pretty decent crowd. In Saskatchewan, we had a really good crowd. So, what do we need to do to bring our people in? We have fish derby prizes that we're giving away. We're giving away probably 6 fish derby tickets today. Those are worth $150. Roger donated prizes. Some of the programs donated prizes, just trying to get our people together. And, we're providing a good lunch today. And, it's just kind of sad to see that there's not more community involvement, more membership involvement. I'm just going to keep it short. I welcome everybody that is here, and I thank you for being here. And, feel free to ask those questions. This is your opportunity to find out what's going on within our nation. And, just thank you. Thank you to our elders that are here. Thank you to our MC that's here. And Stephen, I hope you're okay. Stephen had a whiteboard yesterday. I wasn't quite quick enough to catch him, but I texted him later, said he's fine. So, anyways, thank you. Thank you, Chief, and council members, leaders of our community. Thank you for your words. I just want to mention, I forgot to mention this in my earlier introduction, I guess. I want to, this time, mention the families that are going through hardship right now. Lots of their family members. I want to acknowledge the family of Leona Bird Pokemon family. I also want to mention the Halkett family, the loss of their loved one, Marty Halkett. So it's a tough time for those 2 families right now. Leona is a former teacher of our community for many years. So we want to remember her as well, Marty being a young person in our community here. So one of the things I was going to do is ask the council members to do a brief introduction. I have done already. And I want to mention that this assembly is, I don't know if it's live broadcast or live feed, but it is. So, and I think you can view it on Facebook. One of the house rules I'd like to remind ourselves is if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get to your question. As a chair, I'll make sure that you can ask your question. I want to ask for that time limit, and I want to ask that we be respectful. And if you have And if you have a solution, don't be afraid to offer solutions as well. And if you have one-on-one discussions in the back, please kind of keep it quiet. Just hang on, I'll get to you in a minute. So we got staff program reports today. Someone mentioned we have the fish derby, March 22nd. Montreal Lake Sports and Rec meeting will take, fish derby meeting will take place February 10th. Mark it down, it'll be a 10 a.m. start. Imagine it'll be at the council chambers at the van office. Treaty Day celebrations February 11th. So remember, we assigned a date to Treaty 6 in February 11th, 1889, across the lake. A place called Montreal, Saskatchewan. Our annual Montreal Culture Days, second week of August. And those are just my opening comments, so thank you. I want to move to the agenda now. Okay, our first presenter for this morning, I'd like to call up Jason Lintz. We're going to do the financial audit. I believe Jason's from Myers, North Smith.
Does anyone need a copy of the presentation? Just to follow along, it might be a little easier to see. Some numbers look smaller. Has everyone got a copy? Okay, there's extra here if anyone needs any.
Can I say a question?
Oh, one more.
Oh. How is everyone doing today? Okay.
Tough crowd.
It's fine. It just comes through our firewall. Not because we have a firewall in our building. Yeah. So it just takes a little bit. No, it still hasn't. See, it just it started. Oh, it's so when
Okay, Kim promises me that's going to be up there shortly, this presentation. I'll start with the paper version, do the introductions we're going to go through here. So you guys can all see the Montreal Lake. It's got this beautiful artwork on the front. So first I want to start off thanking the Elder for the opening prayer, Chief and Council for inviting me out to do this presentation, as well as all the members for welcoming me to your community and your nation. My name is Jason Lintz. I'm a CPA, so a chartered professional accountant. As Roger mentioned, I work for a firm called MNP, located out of Saskatchewan, but we do have offices in Prince Albert and across Saskatchewan and Canada. We work with many Indigenous communities throughout Canada. So that artwork, if you go to the second slide, it actually explains what the artwork is on the slide there, the artist. So this is a piece of art we commissioned from Jordan. Jordan Twist is his name. He's a 20-year-old artist from James Smith Cree Nation. Yeah, we use this. We commissioned it for our slide presentations just to give them a little color, make them look nice, as well as to support an Indigenous artist. So now there is a notice on here as I go through these slides in our presentation. This isn't the full set of financial statements or audit. If you want to look at the full audit, the full financial statements, you can always go to the band office, talk to finance, go through that, or it's available on the ISP website. So this is just going to be a summary of the audit. We'd be here for a long time if we want to go through the full audit. Just to give you some of the key metrics, what's happening, where is your financial position, can you pay your bills, those kind of items. So that's just a summary, just to notice that this is not the full set of financial statements. So next, the next slide will be the audit results. So what was the results of your audit in the current year? So when we do an audit, we come in, we're looking through all the records. We want to make sure there's support for payments that made. Did someone approve those payments? Did they support what the motions were made by council? All those different kind of things to make sure your financial statements, so this is a financial statement audit, to make sure your financial statements are correct, accurate, can you rely on them? You can have a large deficit, a large surplus, that doesn't impact the audit opinion. Our opinion is on whether those numbers are correct for you guys to decide. Was that, so you know that is how the money was spent. You might not agree with how the money was spent, but that's how the money was spent. That's what the financials are. So when we say you've got an unqualified opinion, that means there's no qualified issues. That means there's no qualification, no problem with the information. So this is a good thing. It's a clean audit. You can rely on your financial statements to make decisions. The numbers there are presented accurately and materially correct, so you can make your decisions there. So that's the audit results. Today, as I go through the presentation, what's all included in the statements and the information I'm taking. These are your consolidated financial statements or numbers I'm talking about. So when I say consolidated, that means combined, everything together. So we are including the Montreal Lake Reserve, Little Red Reserve, the health centers that are located at both sectors, the CMHC program, Little Red community stores included in there, Montreal Lake Detox Center, urban services, all that is included. We also include Montreal Lake Business Ventures. It's accounted for a little bit different just because they're more of an investment arm. So in their case, we just show their total assets and the revenues that they're generating versus consolidating everything in. So what's not included in these numbers? PAGC is not consolidated in, or your portion of PAGC. You guys don't have control of that. You're just a part member in that. So, but the funding that you receive from PAGC is in there. So if you get money from PAGC for various. So these are what I kind of talked about already. So now we're on the page here, your statement of financial position, your balance sheet. What this statement does is tell you what you own and what you owe for money. So what do you own? Do you have cash? Do you have money owing to you? Do you have investments? Those are different things like assets. Your infrastructure is your assets. And then what do you owe? So you got accounts payable. So sometimes someone comes and does a repair, but they do it on credit and you have to pay them after. So you have some accounts payable. You have deferred revenue, so you get money for funding, but you have maybe not spent all that money. So you can see you got a large cash balance, but you also have a lot of funding that has to be allocated, and it's not considered revenue until you actually spend it. Also, you have long-term debt, so there's different mortgages of houses, some debt for when you do the health center, so different long-term type of loans. So that's kind of what's on here. What those numbers are is what you own and what you owe. So I'm going to try and provide some visuals, because not everyone's into numbers and big into numbers, just to see, so you can see some of the trends, visualize what's happening, how the nation's finances are. So one of the first ones I want to go over is your working capital. So Short-term health, I know Chief's brought this up at a lot of meetings. One of the first questions, are we broke? Are we able to pay our bills? So when we look at this, we want to look at what do you have as cash, or that's going to be cash soon. So sometimes that's not cash. You may have your funder that they owe you money, but they haven't given it to you yet. But it was open to you at the end of the year. And current liabilities, those bills, those expenses that you have to incur right away in the next year. So when we compare these two, you kind of can get a trend. You can see the top line, the green line here is your current assets. That's what you have, your cash. You want to compare it to what you owe, the orange line. And then the difference between the two is your leftover. This is your savings, your bank account at the end of the year. Is essentially, are we going to be able to pay our bills or not pay our bills? So as you can see, right at the zero line at the end of this year, you pretty much have as much savings or as much money in your bank account as that you have to pay bills. So essentially you're running at a very break-even point. You make your own assessments, is this good or bad? That's up to you guys, should they be saving money? We go back to 2020, you would have been in a position where you almost had a $4 million shortfall in cash, so they had to take money from future years to pay off those bills. So in this case, you're pretty much not having to take anything from the future, but you also don't have anything saved for the next year. So that's your short term. So this is a similar type thing, but long term you consider all those assets. You've got investments, things that you could sell to cash down the road if you had to pay bills. Also it considers your liabilities, your long term debt, those bills that are going to get paid over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. You commit to mortgages, CMHC houses. Where are you going to be when you take all those things that can be cash and can be converted to cash? So when you get a positive amount, you got more assets than you have liabilities overall. You can spend past your revenues. Essentially, you've got savings, and you can use some of your future money to spend in the future. If it's negative, well, now you're going to have to borrow from all that money coming in the future years to pay off those long-term bills to make things continue to operate. So, surprising, this doesn't always happen for you guys. It's a very similar trend as the short-term. Your long-term health is very similar. You can see your long-term health back in 2020 was almost a negative $8 million. So you had, through COVID, you did get some extra funding, some programming that may have been halted, that did help a little bit. So that kind of has gotten you guys back to a break-even position. So you can see at the end of 2024, we take everything that you own and everything you owe, we net, it's at a zero position. So essentially you've got it's almost like you're at scratch. You can go forward and continue to operate without having to take from the future. One of the other things that the chief mentioned is investing in capital assets, your infrastructure, you have your lagoon, housing, all these different older buildings that you have to repair. So how are they doing in replacing that infrastructure, growing that infrastructure? So in a lot of cases, so in this case, the black line at the top is how much money you've invested in your infrastructure. So for example, you put $10 million to buy the lagoon. That might not be high, but each year we'll reduce that amount. Maybe we say it's going to last 20 years, we reduce that amount. So as you reduce it, that black line would go down unless you're spending more and putting more into assets. So you can see that they continue to put more into assets each year faster than your assets are declining. So your infrastructure has more value and has grown over the past few years. Doesn't mean it's not short and you're not missing various infrastructure, but the amount that is being invested and put into infrastructure is more than it's losing its value or depreciating over time. So there has been a positive uptick over the last few years, and this is very typical for many First Nations that I work with. There's been a lot more, as you'll see when we get to the revenue, there's been a lot more investment from the federal government in different things like water treatment and those type of projects for more infrastructure. The one last thing on your balance sheet, your accumulated surplus. So the number at the bottom looks like a large surplus. Essentially, this is what is left of your assets after paying off all your liabilities. So this includes the infrastructure as well. So you look at your statements and you think we have a $62 million surplus. This isn't a cash surplus. This is mainly, you've got a big surplus in your capital assets. So you've got all that cost that's been invested into your various infrastructure. So we take all that infrastructure, the value of it right now is just under $50 million, all the houses, all the roads and bridges, all that money that's been put into that, that's kind of the value there. You can see that's gone up significantly from last year, lots of investment in there. And then as I go too much like business ventures, you'll see that they have a fair amount of investments held there, that if they ever had to sell to help the band, you would have those to cover off some of those debts. The big one that everyone always is your operations. Where are we operating at as a deficit position? So your operating deficit is $369,000. So that might seem like a big number, but when you get to the revenue, you guys are operating a $60 million budget. So that is a small percentage of your operation budget. And essentially is a break-even number. You're pretty much running at break-even. So I talked about what you guys own and what you owe, so where your kind of financial position is. So what happened over the last year? Where did your money come from? How did you spend your money? So this is your statement of operations. So here we kind of compare how much you have money you have coming in, how much you're spending, so revenue and expenses. So we start with our revenues, your money coming in. You can see total, in 2020 you guys were operating about a $35 million budget. That's grown to $65 million. That green line in the middle kind of shows where the type of revenues, and the bottom ones are some of the other revenues. You can see they've slightly increased, but the federal government one is where most of your increase in your revenue and budget has come from. This is just another kind of visual of the previous one, just all your revenue, what pieces of the pie is your revenue. You can see the biggest piece there is your ISK, Indigenous Service Funding, of 81%. So 81% of your budget does come through ISK. And then you have some other sources like PAGC, CMHC, First Nations Trust, some revenue from some investments to make up the other 20. So then you've got your budget, you've got your $60 million come in. How are we gonna split up that piece of the pie? How are we gonna divide it up? So I show this in two different ways. One, which programs it's gonna go to, and then one, how much you spent on the different things like salaries, assistance, repairs. So this one is by segment. So which programs got the money? So if we start at the very top, the purple one there, you can see is $5 million, that's administration. And as we go around, it's the same as the top to bottom there. So the next one is social at $11.2 million. So they got, about a third or under a quarter of the piece of the pie. You can see $9 million went to health. Post-secondary gets $3 million of the pie. 9.1 goes to education and so on. So that's how they've kind of broken up your various expenses, and that's the various levels of programming. So the size of each of those departments, you kind of can see by visual there. So then this slide here is just a snapshot from your financial statements. It shows you the total expenses for each different category. You can see salaries, assistance, as you go down, supplies, repairs, travel, all the various costs that the nation has to incur to operate. So in this case, for the nation, Over half of your expenses relate to salaries and benefits, so everyone that, your admin, your public works people, your housing, repairs, so people to operate all those programs. And then assistance is a big piece there, so that's your basic needs, a lot of prevention money for various assistance. So there's 13 million there, so that takes up about half. And then as you can see, there's some different items, contracts, a lot of that's for different projects, community activities, etc. as we go around the piece of the pie. But that's how they divvy up the money. So I do have a few on Montreal Business Ventures, but I'm going to stop there because that's kind of the presentation on the nation, the government side of operations. Any questions? Not seeing any. Okay, I'll give another chance after I go through these next few slides here. So Montreal Lake Business Ventures, I won't go too deep because I know Gary has a presentation as well later today, but what's included in Montreal Lake Business Ventures, they've got the forestry product operation, they've got some investments as well, and then obviously the store that's located just across the street. So when we look at their financial positions, remember we looked at this for the band and what they own and what they owe. This is a very different looking financial position. They own a bunch of stuff, they don't owe much. They owe a little bit of money to suppliers and contractors of 200-some thousand, but they've got cash and investments, etc. of over $12 million. So they don't really owe too much. They've got all these different investments that they can use to generate returns, provide some money back to the nation to do various programs, as well as maybe they sell, reinvest, different things to kind of generate future wealth. So for them, when we looked at the working capital, remember when we went to the band, that orange working capital line was essentially at zero. They were breaking even. In this case, you can see they essentially have over $5 million available to spend, reinvest, purchase, buy. So they have savings, where when we went through the band, they didn't have extra savings. I showed that $7 million amount on the various investments. This is for information, so you can see what kind of investments, what kind they're holding, what they're investing in. Their ownership percentage is here. How much do you guys own of those investments? And then if you go to the very second from right, the carrying value at the end of the year is what those investments were worth at March 31st, 2024. Your largest investment there is Manitoba Mucklucks of $3.4 million. One Sky Forest Products, there's $1 million investment there. And then there's investment in Prince Albert Business Development of about 2.2. And then you guys can read what a few smaller investments in there as well. So I kind of touched on this a bit, but where does the revenue come from for Montreal Business Venture? The store operations, forestry, and then obviously getting some returns from those investments that you have. So statement of comprehensive income. So this is, we went through this on the band, we got your income statement, where are they getting their revenues, where are they incurring their expenses. So for Montreal Lake Business Ventures, back in 2021, there's this kind of anomaly. They had a fair value up on the investment in Manitoba Mucklucks that went up in values. They had valuations, but kind of starting at this trend line from here, going to the end, you can see it is tilting up. So it's slowly increasing, not much for waves. The revenue just kind of has a slow growth over the years, but continuing in the upward trajectory. This is a slide, just a little bit about the store. Lots of times people ask why do things cost as much as they do at the store? I can get it cheaper somewhere else, or how much does things cost? So when you go to the store, you can see over the years it doesn't change a whole lot. These graphs are very similar year to year. But for this, essentially for every dollar spent, where does it go? So if you spend $1 at the store, 70.6 cents of that is going to pay for the product that they bought that they resold you. So they have to buy the gas, they have to buy the tobacco, the various confectionery that's there. So that eats up essentially 70% of what they're selling. After that, they still need to pay wages, keep people stocking those shelves, collecting the money, etc. So they 11.2 cents of that is just to cover off their wages. Then they have some other costs there of 8.5 cents. So you got to pay repairs and maintenance, all that kind of stuff in the store. And then typically they keep about 8.4 cents. You can see over the years it's anywhere from 4 cents up to 10 cents, just depending on how profitable additional costs that have to come into play to continue to reinvest either into the community by giving donations or just reinvest in keeping the store operational. And then this is just kind of a breakdown of the retail versus forestry. You can see the retail is a big chunk of those revenue dollars for their operations. And then how do we spend their money? So this is their expenses. Most of their expenses are very administrative, as well as just looking at different consulting, different investment opportunities. So you can see salaries makes up just under half of their expenses, and then they have various professional fees, consultants, as they look for future opportunities and more opportunities to invest. So that's the end of my presentation. Any questions? Yes.
I'm not very
Yeah.
I guess my question would be, like, all the money you guys receive from this, is that all of it, like from education to health to prevention, and then salaries, is that what it is? Like, we got salaries, so that's it.
Yeah, okay. Good question.
And then it kind of adds on to do that programs have their own budget.
Yes.
Kind of curious
Yeah.
how that
I'm just gonna go back. Okay, so, question? Yeah. Yes. So our question was kind of, is this all the IST dollars that the nation gets, and then kind of the salaries, is that all combined, and how much goes to education? So I'm just going to kind of go through. So you can see at the top, Indigenous Services Canada. So the budget at the beginning of the year, they thought they were going to get $50.4 million. They actually got a little bit more, $52 million last year. The previous year, they only got 42 million. So if you go across the top there, those are those three numbers I just read out. Big increase this year was a lot to do with infrastructure dollars. So forget the nation. Okay, so when I'm talking about this is all Montreal Lake first. So when I say they, this is the Montreal Lake Reserve, the Little Red Reserve, Urban Services, everything combined. Because this is the entire Cree Nation combined. It does not include child and family though, because they are considered separate from the nation. So that's pretty much everything under Montreal Lake besides the nation. That's kind of what they got from us. And then here is kind of, essentially these numbers are going to be very close to their budgets. So we look at this one. This is education. So education, the one you asked about, they got $9.1 million. They would have a budget very similar to that. From within that budget, they would have incurred salaries for the teachers, obviously costs, supplies of operating the school. So that's the operation for education. So hopefully that's answering your question there. And then here when I say salaries of $15 million, those salaries are for all the teachers, all the admin, all the different programs. So hopefully I cleared that up, or?
Well, expenses are nice. Like I
Yeah.
said, each program has these expenses, but how come we can't attach the revenue that we receive for them? I guess
Yeah, I could have did the revenue, but in most cases, the revenue are very similar to the expenses.
Yeah.
Because if you don't spend the money, you have to defer it. So, yeah.
For which I would suggest like, okay, I get $10 for education, I'm spending a lot.
Yeah, no, that's a good comment.
That's, you know, because right there, your expenses by time, I don't see where your prevention dollars are going, that the community gets.
Yes, there's just,
So that's what I'm just looking at.
yeah, no, that's a good point. And as prevention gets bigger, we have to update it because it's a growing number, that how you spend that. It probably almost needs its own program. Right now, it's prevention dollars are so your prevention dollars would be in this green pie. Essentially, that's prevention and some of the training and development you do, so some support services. The green piece is where most of the prevention money is being spent. Thanks for the questions. Any other? Like I said, if you look at the full set of financial statements, there's a lot more detail. But I know if I'd be up here for 3 hours, I'd probably lost some people already. Numbers aren't everybody's favorite thing. But thank you everyone for having me again. It's been a pleasure the last 4 days to come and talk to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for your presentation. Carol?
Good afternoon, it's me again. I just wanted to make a comment here for Jason's audit. And also, I guess that's our finances, right? It's not really broken down there. And that was one of the questions that we had from the other sectors. So that is something we'll look into, because it's really nice that you those questions that you have. Like me sitting there prior to assemblies, that's a question that I had as well. So, but I just wanted to acknowledge our finance staff. Our finance staff, I think there's maybe 5 of them or 6 of them upstairs at our band office, and I think it was April 2021 when we went into a new program, which is Intax, and for our finance staff, it was very tough for them to adjust to it. So as they're adjusting, they're going out and telling program managers, this is what I need from you. So our program managers also had to adjust to this program. But when there's always a reason behind why we need all these documentations, and it's because of our audit. We want to ensure that we have a good audit with it, that Jason and the finance team, they have everything that they need. And it's come a long ways. So when we do have new people come in to finance, they're constantly training. Last year we had a graduate, Jasmine. So Jasmine is now sitting in finance because she's with our mentorship program. And Jasmine is, she's learning. She knows how to do POs electronically. She knows how to do this stuff electronically now. And when people come in and ask questions, she doesn't really know the answer because she's still learning the whole program. But it's really nice for this program, as say for myself as my portfolios, I can go and ask our accountant, or I can ask the finance and say, can you pull up my program? Where are we at? And they can pull it up and we can see. So each of our portfolios, our counselors can see that, and it's really nice on our end. So I wanted to acknowledge all of those staff up there. During holidays, sometimes there's a staff holiday, sometimes it's a weekend. We have finance that'll go up and they'll go up there. They'll do the work. Emergencies, they've responded so many times, and I'm just grateful for our finance staff, and Sheila, Amanda Bird is up there, Karen How, Eva Henderson, one more. Yes, that's right, yeah. So they're working really hard up there, and I know next week is payday, but one of the questions they asked us, like, you know, with cows and plows, they asked us that question, are we managing that? But, you know, you're gonna hear later on, you know, have those questions there. So we kind of had to calm them down there, no, don't worry, you know, we're not there yet. So, but I just want to acknowledge that and Jason for the work that they're doing. With our audit, after COVID, I think we're about a year behind in our audit, as well as other nations. You know, we're all behind schedule. But this year, I believe Sheila started the work in December, where they're already gathering everything that they need to ensure that our audit is on time this year. So grateful for them. So if we can all give them a round of applause for their hard work upstairs.
Response?
Sorry, I'll take 1 minute. I was just talking with the chief, and she wanted me to discuss, because the nation has had unqualified audits the last few years, they've been working towards what's called the 10-year grant program under ISC. So it's going to change some of their funding model. Essentially, they're going to have built out what you guys are going to get for the next 10 years. You can kind of manage your own finances a little bit more. So they won't have quite the strong arm of ISC on top of them, on top of everything they did, because they are creating the strong finance policies, as well as having unqualified audits. It will allow them to have a little more flexibility in their programming, making their own decisions and not being directed under this 10-year program, or 10-year grant program.
Thanks again, Jason. Good Jason, round of applause. Thank you, Carol, for your comments. So, is that moving along? Thank you for your patience, everybody. Moving along, I'm going to ask, just 1 second, I want to get some direction here. When do you want to serve lunch? Anybody hungry here? Are we hungry? Me too. Okay, do we want to eat first while we present? Is that okay? Because our next speaker is Child Family Agency, our presenter. So I'm just wondering, where's the chief? Is it okay if we eat right now? Can we call a break? I want to make sure our elders are fed. Okay, let's take a break for lunch. I'm going to ask one of our elders to come on up and render us with the blessing of the food. I'm going to ask former Chief Frank Roberts to come on up here. Frank, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you for asking me to say the prayer, but I'll say it in our language, but I won't use the microphone, and I'm glad that I'm going to see everybody here that's here today. You see.
Thanks so much, Frank, for asking one. So at this time, what we'll do is we'll eat, drink lunch. Yeah.
So again, my name is Dawn Cheecham, and I am legal counsel for the First Nation. I've been legal counsel for the First Nation since 2017. And typically at your assemblies, I come and I give you guys an update on the specific claims that I've been working on. So that's kind of the purpose of today's presentation. So what I intend to do is, you can see on the screen there's a PowerPoint, and I'm going to be presenting a brief update on a number of different claims. So the first claim I'm going to start off with is your agricultural benefits claim. Most people in the room will know that claim to be cows and plows. That's the nickname for it. So I'll start off with that one. And then I'm going to move into your timber claim. Then I'm going to talk about 3 claims that are currently in the research phase that we're working on that have not yet been filed.
and those are the Treaty 6 annuities claim, the Indian Reserve 106 timber surrender, and then something called the bombing range claim. So that's the plan. What we've been doing at our other locations for the assembly is we've kind of gone through a slide and then saved questions for the end of that slide, or you can save it for the very end of my presentation. I'll leave that up to you. I'm good with either method. Okay, so starting off with your agricultural benefits claim. In the past, I've come to your assemblies and I've kind of given an overview of what this claim is about. So let's start with that for those of you who may have missed that. So in your treaty, there are certain treaty promises that are contained in the body of the treaty that speak to agricultural benefits. So back when you signed treaty, your adhesion to Treaty 6, it was the Crown's intention to try to transition your people to an agricultural way of life. And as part of that, they had promised to give you certain things. So these promises were supposed to, they were supposed to bring them to fruition when you signed treaty, when you moved on to your reserve lands, and when you showed an interest in cultivating your lands. So we're literally talking about things like cows and plows, in some cases horses and oxen, seeds, for growing like gardens and things like that, and a lot of hand tools, right, that were meant for farming. And according to Canada, this was supposed to be a one-time benefit that was supposed to be provided to you at that time. So that's the nature of the claim, and what we alleged is that Canada did not provide what was promised. They may have provided one or two things, but they didn't provide everything that was promised. They didn't provide everything that was promised on time. And so we had gone through a bit of a process to get to where we are right now. We had to commission a research report to figure out what transpired, what was promised, what you received, all of these things. That took a long time because, COVID had happened when we were doing that research, and access to the archives was very restricted, and so it took a good 3 years for that research report to come in. Once it was received, we reviewed it. I had filed a claim with Canada, and then it was a waiting game. So Canada had up to 3 years to provide us with a response on our claim. What we had hoped for is that Canada would come back and say, we consider your claim to be valid, would you like to negotiate a settlement? Now, in the last couple of years or so, Canada has been trying something new with these claims. Instead of their usual process of taking 3 years to give us a response, they had offered to accelerate these negotiations. So that means everything happens quicker than anticipated. So back in November and early December, we had released 2 updates to the membership about all the work that we've been doing on these claims and where we're at with Canada. Who in the room has not seen those updates? Okay, I guess I don't have to get into that then, because you've seen it. I'm grateful for that. But just a note on that, in the future, when we do provide any sort of updates or notices on these claims, we're going to be utilizing your app, because posting things on social media is not going to guarantee confidentiality, and we agreed to Canada in our negotiation protocol that we would keep these matters closed and between MLCN members only. So again, back in December, you have seen that Canada offered to negotiate the settlement. The band opted into that process with the band council resolution. That happened in December, and then Christmas happened. Not much happens at that time. Now that we're in the new year, we have received confirmation from Canada that they have appointed a lead negotiator for this file. They appointed an assistant negotiator as well as legal counsel. So Canada has advised our lead negotiator, who is Irma Murdoch, that they are currently working on valuing this claim. And probably within the next 2 weeks, we're going to convene, and they're going to tell the chief and council what they think this claim is worth. So that's a huge step. So I just wanted to confirm then that as of today, no settlement offer has been made to the First Nation. No settlement monies have been paid to the First Nation. It's going to be a little bit more time before that happens. So once we receive word of what this claim is expected to be worth, we may be ready to move to a vote on this within 3 to 6 months. So again, I've specified this in one of the previous updates, that no money will flow to the First Nation until the nation votes on this. So there's significant steps that need to take place before we get there, and you will have a direct say in whether you want to settle this claim or not. On that point, we will be receiving what's called a settlement agreement from Canada, and that's going to outline what they're offering, what it's for, and all of the legal stuff that you need to be aware of that comes along with settling a claim. And as part of my job, I'm going to have to come to the community and explain what that agreement means. Alongside that, we have to develop something called a trust agreement. So whenever significant claims like this are settled for a First Nation, the money just doesn't go into the band's general account. What happens is it goes into a special account, and there's really important and critical legal rules about who can access that money, for what purpose, and it says who is able to receive per capita distribution from the settlement. We're talking about the amount that each member would get. Like what happens with the miners' money, what happens if somebody passes away, all of these rules. Whether you decide to invest some of that money, the rules for that will be in that trust agreement. So while we're negotiating with Canada and waiting for this settlement agreement, over here internally, we're working on the trust agreement. So in those updates, I had mentioned that we have, whoops, what happened to my thing? Oh well, I'll let Kim figure
figure it out. She's better than I am at that. So I had mentioned that in one of my previous updates, we had appointed a agricultural benefits planning committee. And I also mentioned that the band had interviewed a number of trustees that would handle who would be tasked with handling the trust monies when they came in. And they ultimately settled on FNB Trust as your trustee. So FNB Trust is the trust division of First Nations Bank of Canada. And they represent, over almost 90 different nations all across Canada on this very thing. Cows and plows and other settlements. So they have a ton of experience in that area. We've been meeting. We had at least 2 meetings so far with FNB Trust to start some of that planning process for the trust agreement. The intention is that as soon as we get to a certain point, we receive enough information, we're going to have standalone meetings with the membership just on cows and plows. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you think about some of these trust matters. We want to hear directly from you about the PCD. We want you to ask your questions about the settlement agreement. Some of the questions that we've received at other assemblies here are, people want to know, are we signing away a treaty right, for example, right? Those types of things we're going to have to talk about in depth. We don't have time to do that today. These assemblies are meant to be a mechanism of reporting on all of the programs for the nation, right? So these things will take literally all day. We need to have a standalone meeting on this. So I just wanted to leave that with you and let you know that within probably a month, we're going to be sending out meeting notices. And we're going to come to you with more information on this claim and consult directly with you. Does anyone have any questions right now for me on cows and plows? I'll just leave one last thing with you. One of the things that I've heard over the last few days is that there's a rumor that the PCD amount that would be paid to members has already been established and that sort of thing, and that just is not the case. What we're doing with the trustee is we're exploring options. We're doing some modeling. We want to find out how much would the money grow if we invested it. And we want to talk about different options for the PCDs, but our intention is to bring those options to you for discussion. So again, no decisions have been made on what to do with the money. Is there a question in the back?
Does that mean that the $5 you get every year is canceled on that, or?
No. Actually, I'm going to talk about the $5 a year in one of my slides, but that has nothing to do with cows and plows. That's a totally separate thing. So that'll still be there. Okay, somehow I clicked to the next slide, so let's just get into the timber claim. So just, again, a bit of a recap. In a previous assembly, I had reported to the membership that a number of years ago, Montreal Lake and La Ronge had filed a joint claim with the Specific Claims Tribunal on timber that was unlawfully removed from Little Red. You'll recall that a long time ago, there was the Little Red
reserve was actually jointly set aside for those two bands. And the purpose was to provide agricultural lands because this reserve is heavily wooded. It's not suitable for agriculture, right? And the Crown's intention was, you know, to set aside those lands to help transition you and LaRange members into that way of life. During that time period, we learned that the Crown had allowed timber companies to come onto that reserve and remove different species of timber when they were not allowed to do that. They didn't go about it in the right way. They didn't follow their own laws. They even took the wrong species of timber. And so we had negotiation discussions with Canada a long time ago. That went nowhere. I was not a part of that process. There were other lawyers handling the file at that time. And so the only option at that point was to take it to the tribunal, and they also filed a federal court application alongside it. So what has transpired at the specific claims tribunal? So my slide here talks about 3 different phases. The first step was that this claim had to be validated. So we had to get it to a point where, you know, either the Crown admitted or they were found to be at fault. So the validation stage looked at, you know, did Canada breach their own rules? Did they follow the Indian Act and the timber regulations? And the answer was no. And so this claim was validated, which allowed us to move on to the next stage, which had to do with determining just how much timber was taken. So on the books, these timber companies had reported that they only took a small amount of timber from the reserve and that the bands were paid for it. So that's what they had reported. On the other hand, we said that just can't be right. There was a lot of timber on the reserve. What we had done is we hired an expert to come in, and he took a scientific approach to determining just how much timber was on the reserve. He looked at old aerial photographs. He did site visits today. He knows how fast trees grow. He knows the different complexities that are involved in each species of trees. He knows where they generally grow. He looked at the old archival records and determined that there was a lot more timber on the reserve than anyone was letting on. And so we had a hearing on that. Canada tried to say, we didn't take all that timber, like there were these major fires on the reserve, that must be what happened. There was all sorts of excuses as to why they didn't take the timber, but ultimately the tribunal sided with us and they said they likely took a lot more timber than was reported, and we called this under-reporting. So these timber companies purposely cooked the books, is what we alleged, right? They didn't want to pay all of these taxes and dues to the government. If they said they took a lot of timber, they'd have to pay a lot of fees for that. And what we had learned at the same time is, you know, one of your neighbors to Little Red, Sturgeon Lake, they had a timber claim as well. And what we learned from that process was that these same companies operated in Sturgeon as operated in Little Red, and they were under-reporting as well. So that kind of helped our case. So all that's left is we need to figure out, well, what compensation should be paid to the bands. So we are now in the last phase. The 2 bands have hired 2 experts They're expert economists that are currently working on the final stages of a report that's going to outline what timber, they're going to take like the value of the timber and multiply that by how much timber was taken and give us some numbers. Alongside that, Canada, they hired their own expert because, you know, they're just gonna make it difficult, right? They're not going to just agree with us. They're gonna fight this till the very end. So they have their own expert that's doing their own report that's going to come up with their own numbers. Then we have to go to a hearing. And at the end of the day, a judge for the specific claims tribunal will determine how much compensation should be paid to the bands. Within the last couple of weeks, we had filed a joint status report with the specific claims tribunal, and we had put this in abeyance until July to allow all of these reports to be finished. And in July, we'll be able to report more about when we're going for that final hearing. So that's the update on the timber claim. I see that there's a question.
Sorry. So when timber is taken from land, the environment is affected, the crops and animals, the fauna, it's all affected. So any conversations about those conversations at all about the effects of the environment?
Somebody asked that question, I think yesterday or 2 days ago as well. This claim is kind of more narrow. I didn't see anything in the pleadings that talked about the impact on the land or the flora, the fauna, the medicines. It's really about, did Canada follow their own rules about the taking of timber from a reserve, and did the bands get proper compensation for that? So the short answer to that is no. We didn't consider any of these other things. Not to say that they don't matter, but it wasn't put forth. It wasn't put forth in the pleadings by whoever the lawyer was at the time. So if it's not in the pleadings, you can't argue it later on, right? You're kind of stuck with what you allege in the first place. That was before my time. Any other timber claim questions?
There's no other angle after the fact?
Pardon?
There's no other angle after the fact to go on that?
No other angle?
Well, the cultural significance, besides the medicine, the actual timber is utilized in all ceremonies for our people, both communities, and now we can't utilize it because it's gone. So is that an angle that could be fought for eventually? Maybe besides the legalities of what's being mentioned here, that's only dollar amounts for what's lost and what can be compensated for after they've obviously lied about it. And that's all great and fine, but the cultural grievances, is that another angle we can attack on? Just because it's almost more relevant than the financial aspect of the law.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the question for those who didn't hear is there an opportunity for the First Nation to argue the impacts on culture and the land if it's not included in this claim right now? Two things about that. Typically, when you file a claim and you don't sign away any rights about a certain aspect of that claim, it does open the door to argue for other things. At the same time, the specific claims tribunal, they have very specific rules about the types of things that you can argue before their tribunal. So for example, if there's something that's considered to be of an ongoing nature, like a treaty or Aboriginal or inherent right, that's considered to be of an ongoing nature, which means it's not something that happened in the 1900s, it's relevant right now, they might not allow that. Another one of their rules is the claims have to be historic in nature. So if they're relevant to the last 15 years, then they won't entertain it as well. It has to be older than 15 years.
Our Cree being 100 years old, is that considered classified as a historical event?
Yeah, and that's, see, the taking of the timber occurred in the early 1900s, and so it fits their criteria, right? I'm just saying, if we launch something new, they're going to look at all of those things before they give us an answer on whether they consider it to be valid. Yeah.
Sure. Under the third claim, it says compensation phase. So is that just monetary, or are they actually going to, like, I don't know anything about timber harvesting, but do they have people to replant these things on the land, or has that always happened?
So the compensation phase is just gonna talk about money. They don't talk about things like apologies, replanting. I think the idea there is once the nations receive their compensation, they could take some of that money and replant or do whatever they want with it, right? It's very, again, very narrow when we're just talking about money. If there's no more questions, I'll move on. So one of the fellows at the back was asking, you know, are $5 going to be, is it going to be affected if we settle cows and plows? And the short answer is they're totally separate treaty promises. So the answer is no, it won't be affected. Now, speaking of that $5, I did come to a previous assembly and report that we're in the research phase of a new claim that we're working on annuities. So when I started my presentation this morning, you'll recall that I said Canada considers cows and plows to be a one-time benefit, a one-time thing that was supposed to be given to the band when you adhered to your treaty, you moved on to your reserve, and you showed an interest in cultivating your lands. In contrast to that, annuities are not one-time payments. Annuities are things that are supposed to be provided to the band once a year, forever, in perpetuity. Some of those things are the $5 that we receive every year, $15 for your counselors, $25 for your chief. Ammunition and twine is another annuity that you're supposed to receive annually. Also included in this category, although not annually, it's more like every 3 years, is something called a clothing allowance. So every 3 years, ISK provides a small check to each of your leaders to buy suitable clothing. So this was something that, you know, started a really long time ago. ISK probably felt that your leaders weren't dressing appropriately at the time and wanted them to buy a suit or something like that, right? Very paternalistic attitudes. Why are we talking about these annuities? Because it's a fact that all of these things, except that clothing allowance, it's been increased a little bit over the years. Everything else has kind of stayed the same. It's been $5 since you adhered to treaty, and that may have been a large amount of money back then. But you guys know how far $5 takes you right now. Not very far. And so there are other bands in other treaty areas across Canada that have filed claims on this very thing. Some of you may have saw in the news, you may have heard about the Robinson-Huron bands out east. They had received a very significant settlement, like something like $10 billion on this very thing. The thing about the Robinson-Huron, though, is in their treaty, there's an escalation clause built right in that says that there's an opportunity to increase that amount. Our treaties, the number treaties, don't have that escalation clause. But the whole question is this in the band's best interest that it stays $5 forever? Should we be valuing annuities based on what they're worth today? Should we account for inflation like everything else? Currently, Canada is negotiating this type of claim with Treaty 8 bands. They opened it up to all Treaty 8 bands, and they didn't open it up to different treaty areas. So I'm involved in some of those negotiations, so I know what they're all about. I can't talk to you about specifics because it's confidential. But it got me thinking, why should other treaty areas be left out? That is not fair. So I'm working on this claim on your behalf, and I'm working on it with a Treaty 5 band as well. And it's in the research phase, and once we get more information, of course, we'll report back to you, but it's exciting, right? We're not only talking about compensation for the past up until today, we're talking about what we're going to do going forward. There's some of those reports that are saying that $5 should actually be $100 and some dollars to $300 and some dollars, depending on who you ask. That's the true value today. Any question about the annuities claim? Okay. So when I was doing work on the women's shelter, that's set to go up on your reserve, we had a meeting about that some time ago. I had learned through that process, believe it or not, that there was a timber surrender that was granted for your main reserve back in the 50s. And so it got me thinking, because we know about all the funny business that happened on Little Red, right? We just finished talking about that. It made me wonder if there was funny business going on your main reserve. Did they follow all the rules here? And so we're going to investigate that. And so again, this is another claim that's in the research phase. All of these research projects, I might add, have been funded through the FSIN, who receives funding from Canada, so it doesn't come out of your program dollars. We found money for that, and it's just a waiting game, right, for these last 3 claims I'm reporting on. We'll have to see where that research takes us. I'll have to review it as the lawyer to see if there's room to file a claim. We're looking for that wrongdoing. We're looking for evidence that they didn't follow their own rules. Any questions about this one? Okay, let's move on to the last one here. I mentioned earlier that I started working for your nation in 2017. And as part of my work, I've conducted a number of elder interviews for various claims that I'm working on. And some elders have reported that, and I don't know if it's common knowledge because it doesn't seem to be, but some elders had reported stories about your people being out on the land. And, you know, like there's one story in particular that I remember, and somebody was out on the lake, they were fishing or hunting or something, and he says there was something whizzing by his head, and he wasn't sure if it was bullets or if it was a bomb or what. And so I talked to the researcher that we've been using, Joan Holmes and Associates. They do a ton of work for First Nations. And they did a cursory investigation about what sort of activities were happening in your area. And around your reserve and in the Prince Albert area, they've conducted a lot of military activities. There was training facilities and all sorts of things. So it's very possible that those were bombs or those were bullets that that person was talking about. That is significant for a number of reasons. First of all, we want to find out, did they get your consent to come in and do that? The second thing is, did they put you at risk? Sounds to me like you were put at risk if somebody was like experiencing right on the lake, you know, bombing or whatever else might have been happening. That's dangerous. There's even stories about kids being on the shore and seeing all that as well. We don't know if those were bombs, whether they're still present on your lands. I was reading not too long ago about, I think it was a Treaty 7 band. The same thing happened to them in Alberta. And they had settled a claim within the last 2 years for over $80 million for this very thing. And in that case, they had given their consent for some of those activities to happen on their lands, but I'm pretty sure they didn't say, leave us with a bunch of garbage on our lands. There's evidence that people would be walking out on their lands today and there was live bombs still on their lands. That is dangerous. And so there's a lot of cleanup that has to occur, right? Which brings me to the next issue, which is we don't just talk about money in these claims. Sometimes we have to look at other impacts, right? Did they damage your lands, your waters and your lands by conducting these activities? So these are all things that we're looking at. We don't have a report yet, but part of that process as well is we have to do some more interviews. I started some interviews last summer. I came out to Mollinosa and we did some interviews there. And we still have a ways to go. Yeah, I see you. Before I get to your question, and before I leave this slide, if you know of anybody who might be, you know, a great person to interview on this very point, maybe come and see me, or let one of the leadership know. And I would really like to sit down and have an interview, because we're still gathering this information. And then, you had a question?
I was just going to say there are numerous large divots around the reserve here. Are those possibilities there's bombs around here?
Do you know where you're, like what areas you're talking about?
By the river.
By the river?
Or the Rapids area. The majority of the there's lots, there's numerous large divots.
Okay, Okay, I will make note of that. Like, we might have to start coming out onto the land and looking for those types of things. We might have to bring environmental experts out. We'll see what that report comes back with first, and then we'll determine how much further we're gonna take it.
So I'm just hearing about this for the first time. I know that my family members have seen something and we never knew about it, right? We're kids. So how do we come to you now? For people that don't understand what's going on, how do we get that information out there for people to say, hey, if you saw something or whatever?
That's something we could probably post on the app or on the band's website, or on Facebook. Some of these things that aren't really confidential, like we don't mind putting on social media, right? But it's this, when we start talking about specifics, we start talking about settlement amounts, we want to keep that just within the nation, and so that's why we use the app. But as soon as we gear up for the next set of interviews, we're going to put out a notice. Was there another question way at the back? No? Okay. I don't see any other hands. So that's kind of the claims update in a nutshell. But again, just keep in mind that within about a month or so, those cows and plows meetings are going to start. So we would like, tell all of your family and friends, we need a lot more people for those, right? It's an important issue. It's probably the largest settlement that your nation has seen to date. And we have to do this the right way with your involvement, right? But that concludes my presentation unless there are any more questions.
There are percentages of bad member votes, like 50%, 80%?
For cows and plows?
A majority or?
For cows and plows, Canada will do, they'll have a minimum. So they typically like for at least 25% of your eligible voters to participate, and then 50% plus one has to say yes. But they also tell you that you can change that threshold. So if you want that to be higher, you want it to be, say, a double majority, which is 50% have to participate, 50% plus one have to say yes, right? You can do that too. They'll leave room for you to make that decision. But that is typically what I've seen in other claims like this. That's their minimum threshold. In my experience though, it's very easy to reach that double majority. You get a lot of participation for those claims, so that 25% is very easy to meet. I've had, for one that I did not too long ago, I think it was something like 87% participated, and 98% voted yes. So it was, that's kind of what I'm talking about, is it's not, you're not going to have that issue. We've already, I see Judy's in the room here. Judy has already started collecting contact information for the members, so we can send out information by email and that sort of thing when we need to. So we won't have, and I think she got to about half already, half of your members. And she just started that. So we already, that's typically where we have issues, is we can't find members. We don't know where they are, but we're doing good in that regard right now.
I guess the question in terms of you look at the band transfers, how has that been done? You may have heard how they address the issue where, let's say, Val
So the way Canada usually, Lionel's asking about, you know, if there's people transferring to your nation and maybe they received cows and plows somewhere else, will they receive it here? So there's two parts to that. Typically, Canada has a specific formula of how they calculate your compensation for those claims. They'll look at 2/3 modern population, 1/3 historic population, and they'll multiply that by what those agricultural benefits are worth on a per person basis. So they will typically compensate for anybody who's on the ban list at any given time. But that's where your trust agreement kicks in, and your trust agreement could speak to that. So if you have people who have transferred and, you know, they're essentially going to double dip. I received cows and plows for my band, right? If I transferred to Montreal Lake, would that qualify me again? So you guys could limit that in your trust agreement. You could put a clause in there that says if you received this benefit from another nation, you can't get it here. And I think that's totally fair. And right now you guys are working on your own citizenship code. You guys right now don't have one, and so your governance committee is working on that. And that'll put more parameters around who your members can be. Right now, somebody applies for status and they indicate that they have ties to your band. They just automatically put them on the list. You guys don't have a say about that. But your members, your citizenship code, which is you're going to have to vote on that at some point. That'll put more parameters and you'll have more say about who comes in and out of your nation. I don't see any other hands, so I will leave it at that, and I hope to see you all in about a month or so.
Thank you. Nas, come on. Let's give her another round of applause. This is day 4 for her. Thank you again. Don. Next. Okay, next we have Montreal Lake Child Family Agency. We've got our director, Lionel Bird. At the podium, please, Lionel. So,
I want to start off by thanking the Chief and Council for holding this assembly and also for the work that you're doing. I think so often leadership get targeted for things not happening on the reserve as quickly as people want. And when something goes wrong, it's usually Chief and Council that get blamed for what is going on the reserve. And so, just for the leadership, thank you for what you do. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for understanding your people. To the Elder Stephen Ross for your prayers this morning, thank you so much. To Frank for blessing the food, thank you as well. To the cooks that provided a good meal for us today, thank you so much. I think everyone was hungry here. But what is the purpose of Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency? I just want to target that this morning, or this afternoon, I guess. When you look at the way provincial social services used to operate, they used to come on reserve. They would take children away. Chief and Council did not have a say in the matter. So, starting in 1991, there was a major move within the FSIN and with all the First Nations communities. They wanted to look after children in their reserves. So one of the first transfers happened in 1991 under a specific arrangement that allowed the nation to begin looking after the kids within their community. However, one of the caveats in all of this was that the First Nations had to follow provincial laws. And so the mechanism at that time did not allow the First Nations to operate the way they wanted to operate under their own laws, under their own jurisdiction, and under their governance structures. So the initial agreements made sure that there was agencies developed that were approved by both the federal and provincial governments, along with the nations. And so that's how the agency got developed. Montreal Lake became an agency in 1996. There's a few individuals that are in this room that were involved in that initial discussion and initial developments. And so the purpose, basically, when you look at the provincial law, is to make sure that children are safe within their homes. And the requirement, basically, is if it's found by the workers at CFS that that child may be in need of protection, that's when apprehensions happen. And, you know, when you look at how many kids have come into care since the agency started in 1996, I want to say right now our current workload is 101, whereas 2 months ago it was 110. And then you look at provincial off-reserve numbers, they're right around the same amount. So basically what that means is there's 200 of Montreal Lake children in care of either the province or CFS agency. And I explained a little bit in detail the effects that it has on children and families, and how we as an agency are imposing provincial laws on our own people and affecting the long-term mental health and emotional health of our kids, plus the families. And what we have done is that we hired somebody to evaluate the Montreal Lake Child and Family Agency as a whole. And one of the big pieces that comes out of there, we have 2 documents that we're going to get Fonzie to put on the community webpage so that everybody has an opportunity to review the findings, but as well, hopefully, you will make some recommendations once you read that as well, because we're trying to improve the way we operate. We're trying to make sure that we're not a brown MSS. We want to operate more closely in line with what the nation wants us to do. So instead of apprehending kids, what else can we do? What are the steps that the nation can take along with CFS, along with prevention program, along with a bad prevention program? How do we all work together on this? So those are the important pieces that are coming up fairly quickly. One of the things I want to mention as well, 2 parts to my presentation. The next part I mentioned earlier is the development of our own band welfare, child welfare legislation. Before Late Colin Rowe passed away. He had been working with the agency before C-92 became a law. We got to the stage where we had already mapped out the process, had already mapped out all the things that should be contained in a agreement when you're looking at one of the requirements that we have as a nation. And through C-92, if you're going to develop your own laws as a nation, and if you're going to impose those laws on your membership under your own jurisdiction, you still have to negotiate a coordination agreement. My position is, why do we need to negotiate with the province? I'm upset that that law indicated that this had to be the way we do it. But since then, I've been educated enough by others to say, let's do this route. We'll develop a coordination agreement under our terms, under the nation's terms, and then we will wipe out the province after we're done developing our own legislation. So one of the things that we are looking at, and I'm asking each one of you to think about, going forward, we do have a team here in Montreal, Lake and Little Red, that's going to be starting this process. And they're going to be communicating with each and every one of the homes on reserve and each individual to find out what laws do you see need to be developed for child welfare going forward. Along with that, you need to identify what additional resources you're going to need to operate your laws, to operate your own judicial system, because we don't want our laws to be adjudicated by provincial law or provincial lawyers or provincial judges. That whole process still needs to be developed. So you're all crucial in this development. You need to tell us how you want to see that. You need to tell Frank, Eddie Dean, and others, Chief of Council, those things that you want to see change now, the kind of resources that you want to see in the future. Because you only have one kick at the cat here. And we're trying to fast track this to get to an agreement in place before the new government comes in. We are very afraid, should the Conservatives get into power, this law could be repealed. It could be altered, it could be put in the back burner, meaning nothing would happen for the next so many years while they are in power. So we got to serve notice. And so we're asking Chief of Council and the teams to consider fast tracking, at least serving the notice to provincial and federal governments that you're prepared to negotiate for your law development. And Eddie or Frank, you add in if you need to, but that's my understanding at this point. One of the other things that I want to mention, that I mentioned yesterday, and I think it's so crucial, when I mentioned that roughly the same amount of kids in the urban center, who's looking after those kids? Is provincial government. Jeff, the officer membership, do not have a say where those kids are placed. They do not have recourse from them other than through the band representative services. However, that's just in its infancy. So there still has to be some more development. But when you look at the off-reserve system, we currently receive $15 million a year, or at least this past audit period, to do all the work that we do. And we did a needs assessment, a financial and analysis. Colin and I sat down, Lake Colin and I sat down, based on what he was envisioning at that time, and how the service would look like, what kind of service would be needed, how the elders council work, how would the chief council be involved, all those discussions we had previously. What kind of facilities would people need? Would they need more homes for children to come back home to? Yes. Would they need more office space? Yes. But we only talked about on reserve at that time. Now we're put in a position where we need to think about how much money we need for the off-reserve child welfare system under First Nations law and First Nations jurisdiction. So Jeff and I have been talking for quite some time in proceeding with this process. And when the man's lawyer, Cheecham, was talking, one of the pieces that we have not challenged and needs to be challenged, and I'm asking leadership to consider filing a discrimination case against the provincial government and the federal government for not funding off-reserve membership. Basically, the policy in both governments right at this time is that once you leave the reserve, you step over the reserve line, you're no longer a Treaty Indian. Your rights don't mean nothing because you're not getting educated, you're not getting housing, you're not getting all the supports that you get on reserve once you leave the reserve. And so the funding doesn't come to Montreal Cree Nation for that service, even though I know through the goodness of their heart, they do the best they can to support the off-reserve membership. And I applaud them for that. Thank you so much. But the point I'm getting at is let's make this fight real. And I've said this at the FSIN, I've said this at the directors' meetings, that we need to make sure that our off-reserve membership are not put aside to fend for themselves. It's time we take the governments to court on that matter. One of the things I said I would do was keep my presentation short, and I want to close off by just saying that there is some money coming down the road. Since the agency was officially opened in 1996, is that correct, Eddie? Yes, 1996. There has been many children that have come through the doors of CFS that were apprehended and removed from their families. Through their Human Rights Tribunal process, Cindy Blackstock argued for years that this was discriminatory and that the fact that they provided more funding to the provinces versus the unreserved agencies. The Human Rights Tribunal in Canada agreed with Cindy Blackstock. And then there was the Anishinaabe Nations, the Chiefs of Ontario, and the AFN were all the plaintiffs in this arrangement. So they started negotiating several things. One of the things they negotiated for was the issue around children being removed from their homes. There's 9 different classes that came out of that tribunal process. The first piece that's going to come out is from March 31st of 2005, within a 5 to 10 year period, all those kids that were removed from their homes by the agency because of lack of homes, safety issues, that kind of stuff, those kids all have an opportunity to claim for $40,000 for each individual. So for example, in that time for your period, if your child was removed, they can claim $40,000. But there's also another piece. If you were not responsible for your child coming into care, you just did not have no housing, you just didn't have the means to provide a safe home, you yourself suffered, along with the siblings to that child. They're also entitled to $40,000. And that amount is being discussed now, how much they will be entitled to. But certainly, that child that was affected would, right off the bat, get $40,000. And if they were abused in that process, there's also a means for them to ask for more funding. So that's what is happening now. And the process is going to be through the Deloitte Institute. I've hired roughly 120 staff to go through Saskatchewan and interview every child that ever has come into care. And they will do the applications on behalf of those kids. But I imagine they will be coming to us to review our files. Whatever they don't get from INAC or ISC or from the province, they'll be coming to us anyway. Because we do have that information. It is a requirement for us to keep these records for 100 years. And so our files are up to date as far as I know. Pretty good, she says. Yeah. And so what we would like to do is to, whoever those people that come on reserve, we would like to meet with them. So we're not taking so long to find out the names, to find out how many siblings, to find out the parents, all the stuff. We have that information. So we offer our support in that area, and it may take right up to fall before any money is realized for those kids that came into care in that time period. I do have the actual release on this information. I'll give that to Fonzie as well to post on the Montreal Lake webpage. And so, in closing, I would like to introduce the most hated people on reserve, starting from my left here. We have Joan, we have Nerd, Nayag, the supervisor, Val Semino, and our new recruit, Simon Job. In the back I have the lady that is quiet when she needs to be, but most times she's the one dragging the ship forward and has been my support for the last 5 years. And I think sometimes when I look at where we have come from since 5 years ago, we had a small office, we had a small staff. We are operating on $2 million a year. Since that time, we've negotiated, we've butted heads, we've done everything possible. We've grown to 15 million a year. And we have grown from 15 staff, we're now at 50 plus. And we also built many facilities since then. But we did not do this alone. I thank her for doing all the write-ups and doing all those things that need to be done. But I thank the leadership. They saw the value of bringing our kids home. They saw the value why we needed to grow as an agency. If we did not grow, what would your starting point be when you're talking about your coordination agreement? Where would you start from? And so I think when we, as an agency, this is not, as others claim, Lion's vision. No, this will never Lion's vision. It is a vision of everybody in this community. It is a vision of those kids that are still being apprehended, that still don't have family members that are healthy enough to look after them. You know, this community is in dire straits. And I'll close off with this comment. Because if we don't take action on this as a nation, there's going to be more kids coming into care. We're going to need more homes. We're going to need more services. That should not be our end goal. Our end goal should be, how do we help the families? How do we help those young people that are selling meth in the school to other children? How do we help those teachers that are struggling with addictions? How do we help staff at the health center that are struggling with addictions issues and at Camp Hope? Everybody's struggling, guys. Not everybody knows how to deal with that. So we as a nation must take steps now to prevent another generation being lost to drugs and alcohol. We've got to start now. You should never need a child welfare agency because families should have the tools to be able to look after them. That's always been my dream. I said when I first started, I want to be sure that the child family agency does not exist in 10 years. Little naive, little ambitious, and I still believe we need to work towards that goal. But if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Let's work collectively, and let's deal with critical math, let's deal with cocaine and all the other stuff that's coming into our community. Let's deal with the gangs. Yes, put me on edges, I don't care. You know, we need to start talking about this stuff as a community. If we're going to help our children, we must do this. Thank you very much. I'll take questions now.
Val, what did I just say? Councillor Carroll is going to make a comment. I'm just letting you know there.
I just wanted to make a comment here. Thank you, Lionel, for your presentation. One of the comments that I wanted to bring forward here is more of a, inviting community members, to be part of the planning process. When we think about, Dawn was talking earlier about cows and clouds, and it's kind of a really sensitive issue for me. But I've been, other nations, as council, we go out to different meetings and we meet with other nations. And one of the things that, I've been told by other nations that receive their cows and clouds already is you need to get your protection team ready. That's something that I was told. And your health staff, you need to get your health staff ready for cows and clouds. And because it's right now, we look at our community and one of our biggest issues is drugs and alcohol. So some stories that are shared is that, where a family receives cows and clouds, but the mom and the dad both receive it, and they want to go somewhere. But where do the kids go? You know, you try to look for an adult babysitter, but the adult babysitter also got cows and plows and wants to go somewhere. You know, so who gets left with the kids? It's the oldest kid. So at times there's other nations that said, you know, we have kids who are keeping kids for, you know, 4 or 5 days, but they're too scared to call for help because they don't want to get taken away, but they know that their parents are not home. You know, so this is the sad reality that's going on in other nations, and you know, I'm grateful that other counselors share what they're going through, because it gives us a heads up, you know, what we could be facing, you know. This past month alone, our protection team has been, you know, trying their best to ensure that kids are staying at home rather than being apprehended. And it's tough. It's tough to see, but I encourage, you know, if you're at home and if you think that you could be a foster parent, you know, reach out to Lionel and the team and get that foster parent training. If you know somebody who's not here or somebody at home that could be a foster parent, you know, talk to them, because going forward we need more foster parents. We need to talk to members who may be dealing with addictions, you know, to try and think about their kids or think about plans. So that's why I'm saying it's a really sensitive issue, because it involves children, and I just wanted to make that comment because Lionel's team, they are looking for more foster parents, and that foster parent training is available. So that's it. Thank you.
Carol, response to that? Thank you, Carol. Appreciate that. You know, just a note on the when you mentioned about staffing. You know, I've been in the store since November, and it's a constant battle for myself just to bring in staff. Even though staff know they're supposed to be at work, it's a battle to get up to their work. So, and it's only going to get worse, you know, as we get closer to the settlement and all that. So we do have to be prepared. And I encourage each and every program manager, each and every council member, let's work together. Let's come up with a plan. Let's do a community plan and prepare for that. So I think it's important. So that's it. Val, any comment? Okay, come on.
Hi, good afternoon. It's really true, we do need homes. I started October 30th, and I know Lionel shared a little bit of this in Prince Albert, but one of the comments, the first thing I noticed, we had 16 kids as young as 1 in Alberta, in group homes. And I know you guys don't know this, but in Alberta, any of us can open up a group home, and we can charge $700 to $1,500, is the highest I see, a day to watch these kids. Now, can you imagine you're getting paid $1,200 for 30 days to watch a 2-year-old? There's something wrong with that. So, December 22, we brought back 12 of them. So we're down to 4 kids in Alberta. So, but in saying that, we do need the homes. We made some changes to make we put supports around the parents, so some of these kids could come home. But I'm just saying, we do need the homes. You know, if you're a post-act student and have room in your house, you know, please contact us, because, you know, we'd rather have our own people. I'm nervous now, there's a camera. So we just need our family members, our friends, to watch our own kids. Tina Game.
Thank you, Val, for your comments. John, you have a question? Come on up here. Marlon, do you have kids? Now's your opportunity. Here's John.
Good afternoon. I'm from here. I live in Montreal Lake. I've been a mental health therapist since 2019. I work for NIHP as a mental health therapist, but I've been on my own, like I said. In the Hitler one, I have an office in Saskatchewan, and I help people that are looking in life right now. I see a lot of kids that are out there, and I work as a family finder at a time here with a rather seminar. And kids that are out there, you know, they're lost. Could I say they're lost? Parents are, it seems like right now we see that a lot. There's money flying around because of cops and pumps. And that really affects our First Nation people, not just those, but what do we do as First Nation people, which have or which actually need help? Where do we go for help? I don't get a good speech here. As a mental health therapist, a lot of times I pushed away because mental health therapist is a stigma. Nobody wants to hear that. But when I explain what mental is, the way we think, the way we look at things, what do we think people are talking about us? Because we put ourselves where we shouldn't be because of what we do. Health is a part of mental health, our heart. We put ourselves in a bad situation when we were depressed, when we were doing stuff. Imagine crystal meth, using crystal meth. Your heart beats 120 times faster than it should be. It should. That's why people die with heart failures, stroke, because of what they do. Our young people are using it. What do we do? Could we send them to treatment? Yes, we can. And that's what I do. And I send a lot of people to treatment, families, and I counsel them continuously. Because that's what they need. And I've been there, as they've been there. I walk the walk. I think there's a bump in the drum in my time. So I know what they're going through and how to help them. Another one said, if we haven't walked the walk and we try to teach our young people to straighten out, we don't know everything. We have to. I'm not saying we have to do what you're doing right now. I'm saying what we can do is put yourself in your shoes. Psychology. What is psychology? You know, we put ourselves in their shoes. How to help our own people. But what I'm saying too is, I have business cards here. Business cards I have, you know, I can help with that. I just want to introduce myself. I am from here, I live here, and I can do something to help. Thank you.
Thank you, John Masterman. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush you, but I lost my agenda. I mean, I'm looking at Tuesday's agenda here.
I just wanted to also add to what Lionel was talking about here earlier. Having some discussion with Lionel, we also talked about working together with post-majority, aging on group homes in the health reserve setting, whether it's a rural setting, an urban setting, whatever. We need to work together. Really praise Chapways right now. They're in the works of putting together a recovery and wellness center in their community. And you know, that's something that we really need to work towards. You know, we stress to the city of Prince Albert, I guess, to try and work together in regards to providing a wellness center. As you can see, Prince Albert is, you know, we have a lot of houseless members that they need the treatment, but the treatment is not available. You know, detox, when they try to do detox, they're all full. You know, we had some band members put in a request for detox. So we have our ladies that have their social work degrees work out of our office, trying to set up an alcohol detox. And they worked on it, and by the time they found an avenue for detox, these band members already gave up. They already gave up and they went back to the addictions. And that's what we're dealing with right now. So how do we play a role? How can we play a role in pushing for a facility like the Chapels, recovery and wellness center. So I just want to throw that out there, and hopefully we can eventually get there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, now we get to the some of the program reports. Thank you to Lionel and the updates he provided for the assembly here today. So we'll start off with the band representative, Dorothy Nelson. I don't know, is she here? Oh no, I skipped one guy here. Sorry. I just saw Gary. So we'll go to Montreal Christmas Ventures. CEO Gary Nemmons. Sorry, Gary, I didn't see you sitting there. Then we'll get to the program reports starting right after this. Here's Gary.
I'll just take off my jacket.
Okay, a little bit of change of plans, folks. Please accept our apologies, but I'm going to ask Bonnie to come on up here and make a report on behalf of the post-secondary program. Bonnie has an emergency to attend to this afternoon, so we're going to put her on the floor at CMAC. Here's Bonnie Lavelle.
Hello everybody, my name is Bonnie Lavelle. For the ones that don't know me, I'm in the post-secondary program. I've been there for a year and a half. The Montreal post-secondary program supports our band membership in pursuit of post-secondary studies. Students must be enrolled in a program of at least 8 months that leads to a certificate, diploma, or degree. For this current academic year, which includes both the fall and winter terms, the post-secondary program received over 100 applications for funding. With the guidance of the post-secondary committee and following the student manual, a combined total of 70 students were selected. Currently, as of today, there are 60 full-time students, meaning that 10 have withdrawn from their programs or have been discontinued for various reasons. In addition to the full-time students, there is also a total of 13 part-time students, where their tuition and books are being covered by the program. Part-time students include students that are going for their master's and their PhD, or it could also be that the student is taking less than the required number of classes to be considered full-time. There are 7 students in the master's programs and 3 that are going for their PhD. In our program report, you will find information on what programs that the students are in. A few of the programs are health-related studies, social work, business, education, justice. Also in the report, you will find a chart of different locations where our students are located in. The majority of the students are in province in either Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, or Regina. There are 15 out-of-province students, and we have 2 that are out of country. At the beginning of the fall term, we hosted a student orientation drop-in session in both Prince Albert and Saskatoon. This gave the students the opportunity to meet the post-secondary staff, address any concerns, to ask questions. The post-secondary committee members and our career counselors were also invited to attend to meet the students. In December, we provided the full-time students with a Christmas bonus to help ease the financial pressures that often coincide with the season. Additionally, in the month of January, once the holidays were over, it can be a particularly challenging time financially, so we extended further support and sending food security payments to our full-time students. For the past 2 years, the post-secondary program has given out scholarship awards during our Saskatoon Christmas dinner. The recipients of these awards are in the program report. Our community members. We have 6 community members. 2 are from Montreal Lake, 2 are from Little Red, and 2 are urban. And we have our elder, and our board of councilors is Dean Henderson and Alyssa Elkin. Our staff members there's only myself and Reagan Valentine, who is our student support services worker. Thank you.
It's Bonnie LaValle, who's second report. Any questions for Bonnie right now? Well, we got, so that's it. Thank you, Bonnie. That's good. So moving along, I'm going to ask our CEO, Montreal Business Ventures, Gary Daniels, to the podium.
Hello everybody. I see a lot of familiar faces, so this is my 4th time doing this presentation, so I'll try to shorten it up today. So here we go. First of all, the board we have that I work for is Nolan Henderson is the chair, Irma Murdoch is the vice chair, Vern Bashu is the board member, Councillor Elton Henderson is the secretary, Roger Bird's on there, Chief Joyce is on the board, Councillor Charmaine Irvine, and newly minted Councillor Jeff Badger. He's also been put on our board, so his first meeting's on the 20th. Then we have Gordon Waslog, who's a board member, and he's an old banker, and he lives just across the way in Canada Lake, so he's been a banker he was a banker for about 35 years, so he's part of our board. Okay, some of the stuff we're working on, and at any time if you guys want to ask questions, but like I said, a lot of you guys heard this already, so. One of the things we're working right now is on the OSB mill just outside of PA at the old pulp mill. There's some land set aside where the project's supposed to take place, and hoping construction will start in May, late spring, so hopefully it's a $550 million project. They're looking for 150 employees for construction, and once it's done, they'll be looking for anywhere from 650 to 700 employees required for the OSB plant. Another thing we're working on currently is Kakawistahau at Banford down south. I'm sure you guys are all aware. They have 40 acres right by the airport in Saskatchewan. So they're looking for partnerships in medical clinic, wellness center, hotel and conference center, RTM manufacturing, lumberyard in partnership. And they're also looking at some commercial land development in Prince Albert, and they want us to team up with them in one or some of these ventures here. Waskasiu update, we currently own 1/3 of a lot, 1/3 of an acre lot, and it's just east of the hotel there. So I was there this afternoon, just before here, I stopped in, and then I got to come back next week and meet with them again. We're going through a little bit of red tape there, so we're trying to get it straightened out. So hopefully we'll know more within the next month. We have a website for MontrealLakeBusinessVentures.com, and it was completed by 2Web out of Saskatoon, and 2Web has done business with the band in the nation before, so you guys should probably know them. And then NeatHouse.com is the other website, so click on there, see if you like it. If you don't like it, let us know how we can update it in any way. Every year we have to do a report to the Saskatchewan government, and it's a yearly report we send to Chris Lawton of the government, and it's for $400,000. So they give us $200,000 in December, $200,000 in June, and anywhere from $150 to $250 will go back to the band for training stuff. So that's how that works. LaRange Wild Rice. Montreal Lake owns 5 shares of this company. Currently, they do a lot of the harvesting around LaRange, and they have a plant in LaRange. I just got BCR to put on this board of directors for this. I've only hit one meeting because I just got on, and it was like a 20-minute meeting, so I didn't learn a lot. So one of these days I have to run up there and take a look at it. But all I know is they've been in business for a while, and they haven't made any money because it's a pretty tough industry, I guess. So we'll have to take a look at that and see how that works out. Nihitao store. Right now we have Roger Bird as the interim GM until August 15th, and that was a motion by the board. Currently, we have Sheila Barron Francis, media supervisor, so he's working closely with the girls there and trying to get them on track. Originally, not sure you guys are aware, but Gita Smith was the manager before that till the end of April, and the board had decided to not extend her contract, so that's why we had to make a pivot. And we started out originally with Sheila Barron and Akita Bird, and it was going all right for a while, but then a few hiccups, so we had to bring Roger in to kind of get the ship back on course. So it's been pretty good so far. We've had some growing pains, but as expected, Sheila and now Francis will be learning as they go. And what we've done now is updated the HR manual, policies for OH&S, labor laws, and a wide array of updated policies in regards to the store. So hopefully you should see some improvements there. And by all means, we're open. Rogers Towers, they're called Rogers Towers. It's the company Rogers, and they're $1 billion company. They want to put a tower here in Montreal Reserve here in Montreal Lake. The chief and council have asked me to negotiate an agreement with them. I've done that. I got to bring it back to the chief and council to get approved. Once that all happens, then we come out and we'll have a community meeting. And then once community meeting, people can discuss exactly where they'd like to see the tower go. They have a few areas that they'd like to see it go, but they'll let us, everybody will have a say on where it actually ends up. So they should be coming out in probably in late spring, early summer. The chief had asked me to meet with a gentleman out of Edmonton. His name is Trent Blind, and he works with a Hillcore group of companies. They have offices in Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, and Toronto. They're a pretty big company, and what they do is they help facilitate bands getting into business. And just one example that I threw out the last 3 days, Urban Skid First Nation out of Homeema, there's 4 of them there. They have 3 lucrative oil field businesses located in Edmonton right now, and it's all through the help of Hillcore Group and Trent Blind that helped do that. So that I've been meeting with them. I met with them once, so I have to follow up on that again. Manitoba Mucklucks have been going through a stretch here of rough times, and it's not only Manitoba Mucklucks, any shoe company and coat companies, anything like that. Everybody's going through a slide right now. So December was a better month, and I think I announced last year that the company originally was owned by a guy out of Winnipeg. And he sold all his, pretty well all his shares to a group out of Los Angeles. So the company is now, the corporate headquarters is now Los Angeles, California. So the lady that she was hired probably about 8 months ago, she has her Harvard MBA, so hopefully she can turn the company around and get it back onto solid footing. We've also, Sagawa Ski, it's part of the Prince Albert Forest Management Association or administration. So we're part of that. All the bands that have allotments and fiber agreements with the province, we all are all part of this group, and Sagawa is we have a GM who's based out of PA, so we all kind of go to him and we have board meetings there. So all in regards to forestry. We've also met with SIT and Sask Polytechnic, and more in regards to the OSB and putting some training together on the different jobs that are going to be happening for the OSB plant, so to get people ready in the community. So once everything starts rolling, we'll get the training rolling, and it'll probably be here in Prince Albert, and we'll go from there. Kitsaki has purchased a software program called Plato. And what it is a technology service provider looking to sell. And what they do is they put people into school. It's about 3 months. And these people, once they graduate, move on to work with places like Bell, Rogers, they work in the service provider industry. So it's a pretty good job. 3 months, and the training room is actually right beside the casino there in PA. So it's right close. It's a 3 month training. Dividends in over the last year from PDC received 45,000, and again RT is one of them, and there's a beverage company, and there's a few other companies. Montreal Lake owns about 4% of those. Manitoba Mucklucks, Sean McCormick, who was the old owner, when he sold everything, the parent company didn't want to take everything, so now there's a couple of plants in Vietnam. So he still has them working. This year we got $18,605 from them for the plants in Vietnam. And then Manitoba Muckluck sent us a dividend of $20,540 this year. We have a local guy that we've asked to help us. His name is Mervyn Morgan. He's a security supervisor at Dakota Dunes, and I was there for 18 years, so he worked with me. So I got him to set up a schedule and just kind of a mock security company. So once construction starts, we should be able to get in there as a security team, and then once the OSB opens, we should be able to get in there as security. So getting people ready for security jobs for both things there. SaskTel, Montreal Lake is supposed to be getting fiber to each house. So I met with Darcy Toronjo, he's the Indigenous Supplier Development. And what he wants us to do is team up with companies around PA or Northern Saskatchewan and form an LP with them, and then we're like partners, and then they bid on the jobs for the SaskTel fiber, because it's a huge job, and they're also supposed to be doing Little Red, and so we'll be following up on that. Any questions? So I can catch my breath. First Nations Bank, one of the banks used to be in combination with TD. Now they have, they went on their own, but they have 13% of their shares for purchase. A couple of board members asked me to look into this, and right away found out that each share is worth about $780,000 per share. So, and then you can only buy, the minimum you can buy is one share. So you're going to need a 780 grand just to get into that. So still looking at it. I'm going to meet with them and see if there's any other ways we can kind of get into this without putting that kind of money down. Ambulance update. The chief and council had asked me to take a look at getting an ambulance here and Little Red possibly. So I've been working with Onion Lake. Onion Lake has one in place, but Onion Lake went through a lot of trial and error because it's the ambulance associations that are around Onion Lake that were the real issue, and then negotiating with the province of Saskatchewan was another issue. So they got a lot of stories, and they said they could steer us the right way and get on the right track. So that's what we're looking at. And then I don't know if Jason Linz was here today to do a presentation from MNP. He worked with Onion Lake on this, so he's going to be, he just told me that yesterday, so I'm going to get a hold of him and see if he can help us, because I think it's important to have an ambulance out here. Apitow House update. The chief and council asked me to take a look at this, and looked with Co-op and UFA setting up card lock, but there's a little too many issues with, because it's leased crown land. So we're looking at if there's any other different ways, but I've just heard too that the band is also looking at it, so I'll chat with them to see if I back off or what we do there. Another opportunity that's come up is Belle Plaine Refinery, and it's Eagles Ledge Energy Limited, and they're going to be based out of Belle Plaine, Saskatchewan. What they're going to do is process light sweet crude sourced primarily from the Bakken, which is Estevan and area, and straight down into North Dakota, and then the Viking Formations, which is eastern Alberta towards the Camrose area. So the thing with this is just some First Nation guys asked us if we'd like to be involved, taking a look at it, and how you get into something like this is the provincial loan guarantee program that they've just brought into Saskatchewan. It was introduced in Alberta a few years ago, and 15 bands, each of them went in 5. They all went into the provincial loan guarantee program, and they bought into the 3 different pipelines, and there were 5 bands all apiece. So that's how that works. So it's already being done in other provinces. So it's just something that's new to Saskatchewan, but we're going to take a look at it and see if we can get in there even in a small way. TR Petroleum, they're a gas station, but they do a lot of, all over the north, they service all the gas stations here. They provide the fuel, the diesel, and everything like that. So he's looking to sell. His name is Travis Gould. He's out of Big River, and he's looking to sell, and he's approached us, and we're just waiting on a valuation of the company. And his son owns Polar Ice, and they serve all of southern Saskatchewan, again, distribution and delivering fuel and everything like that. So it's a pretty big company, and we get our fuel here, and I believe Little Red gets the fuel from TR Petroleum as well. We're looking at a couple gas stations locally between here and PA is all I'll say, and we just have to keep that on the down low. So we're working on looking at them in any way. So another company that's asked us to team up on a partnership is Radium Technologies out of Calgary. They're currently working at the Rocanville potash mine, and they do above ground construction at the mine. So they're getting into 3 other mines here within the next 6 months, and then they're going to even move up north to the uranium mine. So that's an interesting one, and we're working on that one pretty hard because they could also help us if we're part owner of a construction company. They could help us with the building the OSB. We've updated our investment policy, and that was completed in April of last year, and our strategic plan in April of last year was completed also. The other thing we're working on is Montreal Lake has 200,000 cubic meters of softwood. And right now, Carrier Lumber out of Prince George, they handle it for us. They do all our harvesting and everything. We just get a lease payment every month. They do all the work, but it's not a bad lease payment. So that was a 10-year agreement, and now there's 2 years left on it, so we start negotiating probably 18 months before the end of it. So, and there's other players in the market that are interested in the lumber, so we kind of put it out for tender and see what happens, see if we get the best price, because the price we got for this one 10 years ago is not very good, so we're going to try and maximize what we have here. And then we have 40,000 of hardwood, and that is already leased out for the next 4 years, so that will be a couple of years away. And that's my presentation. Boy, yesterday I had about 10 questions before I got to the end. Today, nothing. That's good. But anyway, if there's any questions, but also we have a draw for 2 fish derby tickets that we picked up to draw for everybody out here, so no questions? What's that? Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. Like I said, Tinnicky.
Yeah, we're going to draw right now. I have 2 fish derby tickets. You guys remember back in the day, happy hour? No. You know what happy hour is, eh? Good old days. Nowadays, at my age, happy hour is a nap. Come on, it's supposed to laugh. Okay, folks, moving along, and we've got quite a bit of an agenda to finish off here. Band representative Dorothy Nelson, is she here? Is she present? I don't see her. Lots, okay, moving along. Next one. Economic, oh no, I think we'll save this one for the very last. Economic development, Leon Sorensen. He likes to sit here all day and listen. Here's Leon. Leon, don't forget to speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've been the Ec Dev officer now for 18 months with Montreal Lake. I'm just going to give you guys an update and an overview of our program. We currently have an Ec Dev advisory committee, which we started meetings in March of 2024 here. It consists of members from Montreal Lake, two from Little Red and 2 from Urban. And we also have 3 counselors. Troy with Montreal Lake, Alyssa with Little Red, and Jeff with Urban. I just want to go over what I was talking about, like what we do for funding. We don't have any set budget, so we apply for funding from PAGC, MLDV, and help with chief and council. And in order for us to create employment, we need to have a profitable business in order to hire employees. I want to go over the sawmill division. We did not close this division, but due to lack of demand, we will only operate when large orders are made or projects arise. Our other issues are vandalism and theft. We currently have plans to help reduce these issues, namely putting up a chain link fence. And we do have a stockpile of usable logs, and mill is operational when it comes time to be operational. Our current and new division is the chain link fence division. I have previous experience in this area, knowing the industry, the opportunities with our communities, and other First Nation was an easy decision for MLCN to move forward with this. We started in June of 2024. With the help of a number of our programs, we had a successful year. We are purchasing tools and equipment on an ongoing basis to ensure we can be efficient for both safety and production. Expansion is an ongoing discussion with our committee and also Jordan's principal, because we want to be able to meet their demands for their clients now and in the future. And some of the difficulties we face is installing fences is very physically demanding. Therefore, it is not for everyone. And workers, keeping workers is a very struggle. Another issue is finding workers with a valid driver's license. But our current employee status is we have 3 MLC members who will be returning in April for the new season. We'll be needing an additional 4 to add to our chain link fence division. We'll be posting in March with HR for Montreal Lake and also Little Red. In conclusion, ECDEV helps me where we can with other programs as they do with us. Keeping projects and working together to keep what we have in the community rather than outsourcing is beneficial to our communities and members as a whole. Self-sufficiency is as much as possible as a goal we want to be for MLCN. If there's any questions, just you can ask now. No, good, thank you. Because I'll have a good day.
Thank you so much, Leon. Thank you. Next we have Head Start Daycare, Councillor Carol Natal. Is she present? She just lost her spot. Okay, let's move along here. Let's go to health. Health, if I can ask Ray Lindane to make his way up to the podium, please. Ray, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Stephen, for the opening prayer. Frank, for blessing the food. And I acknowledge the chief and councilors present today, our elders, the youth council, and to all of you band members that are still here. My name is Ray. I'm the new health director, a returning band member of Montreal Lake. Courtesy of the Chief and Council and the elders, as well as the whole community. Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is my report. I will start with the staffing of the health center. Right now, we need 2 RN AAP. And we one has transferred to Meadow Lake. The other one, she's concerned about traveling from Saskatchewan to Montreal Lake. We need one LPN. We just interviewed one yesterday, and I believe we interviewed two, I should say. I believe that one has been successful. We need one cultural support worker for Little Red, one program manager for Little Red. Those are all advertised in our Montreal Lake app. We would like all the staff at the clinic to have a uniform, implementing our dress code. We need two mental wellness cultural outreach worker for the community, as well as MCAs, community dietitian that is to cover for our diabetes initiative. I want to announce that a nurse practitioner will start in Little Red beginning February the 10th. She will be there 2 days a week, and that is because we realized that not a lot of our community members back in Little Red do not have a family doctor, and it's difficult not to have one. The nurse practitioner will start examining our clients over there, doing prenatal, maybe doing pap smear, and all those examinations that our community members needed. So in Little Red, we need one outreach support worker, one full-time MCH, a program manager, and we are preparing for the nurse practitioners clinic at the moment. I forwarded also a request to Health Canada to convert the clinic in Little Red to be like a primary care clinic, employing registered nurses that have advanced clinical practice. We would like to address the funding in Little Red as well. That is, we're going to meet with the Laurence Band, the PAGC Health Director, regarding our programs and clinic space. Also, we would like all the program dollars from 4 agencies, beginning from East, PAGC, Montreal Lake, and Lac La Ronge, to be directed to Little Red. We forwarded a request to Health Canada to access or to hire a mental health therapist, and that has been forwarded. I'm still waiting for the decision coming from East. All the requirements has been successfully submitted. Our primary care program in Montreal Lake, we have the community disease emergency and community diseases summary report. We have currently 58 cases of syphilis, number of treatments provided 65. We have 34 cases of chlamydia, and we have 12 gonorrhea. And rest assured that all these cases has been attended to, all of them has been treated. We have the Well Baby program. These are the immunization statistics that we have in Montreal Lake. And I just want to summarize that last year we attained more than 90% immunization rate on our babies. We have the OATS funding. This is the methadone program that we deliver at the clinic. We have a doctor that comes here twice a month. And from Dr. Colawoli, he has seen 420 clients. And out of that, there are 62 that are regularly accessing the service of this doctor. Dr. Lofty has seen 49, and out of that, he also have a regular clients, 159.
HIV, we have 11 on reserve, and we have 4 that goes back and forth from between Montreal Lake and most likely Prince Albert and other communities. Out of these HIV clients, we have dispensed 750 medications to these clients. The methadone and Suboxone program, we have 16 clients, and we have to do home visits as well to them. We have a 2,500 face-to-face visit during the past year. We also have the harm reduction program in the clinic. We exchange used needles and we give them fresh ones. This harm reduction program is to make sure that our addicted clients do not get any infection from using contaminated needles, as well as sharing needles with other community members or friends. Mental health dispensing of medications and injections. We have 34 clients that are accessing this program. Total medication dispensed over the year, we have 3,500 medications that has been dispensed. We also provide packages to give out to our clients that give a care package, and this is shoulder bag with socks, wash-up kits, water bottle, clothing, and so on. Our home care services, we do regular home visits, dressing changes, assessment, case management, referrals, palliative care, day program. Our Meals on Wheels, we used to have Meals on Wheels twice a week. We increased that to 3 times a week at the moment. So in October, we have 43 active clients, 4 admissions. We have 3 that has been hospitalized, and the number of Meals on Wheels that was delivered was 380. Number of nurses visits to the community, 318, and number of registered nurse visits on weekends, 56. We make sure that all our home care clients can be attended to. That's why we opened our Saturday and Sunday clinics specific for our home care clients. We cannot deny service to anybody, whether it's Saturday, Sunday, or even in the middle of the night. In November, we have those clientele as well as in December. Just want to highlight that our Meals on Wheels has been steady. We are delivering these Meals on Wheels every day to our deserving clients. And also, the mental health therapy program, we have here reports coming from one of our therapists. Their successes, women's group appreciation went out. They went out bowling and soccer December 11. There were 17 ladies that attended that occasion. Mental wellness team did community events, baking exchange, that was December 18. We have 47 people that attended that community event. We have moon ceremony in Sturgeon Lake. We have 6 women that were transported to attend this ceremony. And our staff's successful appointments, we have walking clients from just one therapist. We have 43 clients in home visits. We also do home visits when clients cannot attend clinic. Our therapist will go to their homes. She attended one suicide risk assessment.
from our NADAP program. This was prepared by one of our NADAP workers, Delia. She started our AA and NA meetings. That's every Tuesday. Everybody's welcome and participate in these meetings. We started the women's group that's held every Wednesday, and we have some anger management. That new intake was January 16, and we continue to support the community members that are needing, that community members' needs and individuals are now coming in seeking detox and treatment. So her statistics are here, successful appointments. We have walk-in clients. She attended to 22 walk-in clients. And our AA, 2 sessions, we have 18 participants so far. That's a good starting point. Women's group, out of 1 session, there were 17 participants, and anger management, 2 sessions, we have 8 participants. So you can see the age group of those participating in our AA, anger management, and the women's group. Mental health outreach worker, Lisa Henderson, I should say. Lisa has been really active in reaching out to our community members that are in need. She has been active in cultural activities, so we are encouraging her to encourage our community members wanting to participate in any cultural activities, whether it's in Little Red, Sturgeon Lake, or anywhere else. But our dream is to have a strong cultural program in Montreal Lake. Lately, I authorized our program for a start to build our own sweat labs. And we will start training one of our community members to be a lodge keeper. And that's what we need in our community, is more of this cultural and land-based program activities. Medical transportation. I'm glad to hear that our business ventures is looking into the possibility of having an ambulance service in Montreal Lake or possibly in Little Red as well. I would like to report that last fiscal year, we have 190 ambulance trips in Montreal Lake. That's a quite high number. And since I started, our nurses have been suggesting that we look into the possibility of having an ambulance service in Montreal Lake. We have many occasions where the ambulance is delayed, or maybe there's no ambulance service at all. There was one instance where our nurses cannot access ambulance services because they're responding to other emergencies, or the emergency room is full and they cannot leave their clients in the emergency. They look at Laurence as far as Melfort, and they cannot find any. So those are risky situations. That's why we have to really look into the possibility of getting an ambulance service in Montreal Lake. Medical transportation. In October, we have 87 patients that were transported. Taxi trips to Prince Albert and Saskatoon, there were 51. In November, 92 patients were transported, 47 taxi trips. And in December, those are the numbers that we have, 37 taxi trips. But you know what? I submitted a proposal to Health Canada to get one more on-reserve taxi service in Montreal Lake. Every month, there's an average of 120 patients or clients that missed their appointments at the clinic or any program activities that are happening in the clinic just because of lack of transportation. 120 possible life-changing events for these clients. Maybe there's an appointment for blood work that did not happen. Those are serious life-changing event possible. The other thing that I would like to change is the access to commercial taxi by our clients coming from Prince Albert whenever they are discharged in the middle of the night. I heard complaints from our community members that they are being transported by commercial taxi when they are not admitted in the hospital. And they are scared on their way from Prince Albert to Montreal Lake in the middle of the night. They do not know whether they will be taken somewhere else. And these are triggers to trauma that has been experienced by a lot of our community members that has to change. And I made it clear to Health Canada that is a no-no. We have to change that. Our cancer initiative, this program is under Rachel. So she reported here, the cancer program is ongoing. I started working with clients that have been referred from the nurse practitioners. Some are emergency clients that have been attended to as they need a lot of support with transportation and with their medical appointments. Rachel took upon herself to escort clients that are fighting cancer. So she takes them to their medical appointments and she makes sure that they attend all treatments. She also does our regular water sampling in the community, and when there are positive results or contaminated water, I try to communicate with our housing, our other departments that look after the sanitation of our drinking water in the community. Some of our programs, we have our security program. We have 4 full-time security personnel. Lately, I have to increase our security personnel from 1 security at night to 2, from 11 to 7 in the morning. Just because we have a serious breach one night. A person broke into the clinic using an axe, and we have a security personnel, a female security personnel by herself. She was terrified. So immediately we implemented that there should be 2 security personnel at night. And we all know that we are dealing with extraordinary events in our community. Not like before. I used to tell stories to our staff. Back then, we were just dealing with teenagers or young kids sniffing gas. Now, it's not like that anymore. So, we have to make sure that our staff are protected. Our clients that are inside the clinic are secured. So we have to increase that security personnel. Dental therapy. I just want to let everybody know that our dental therapist is active. We instructed her to provide service to our elderly population, do home visit, make sure that dentures are well aligned, and if somebody needs dentures, then she can facilitate that referral. Our maintenance and janitorial services, they're on top of our situation. Our clinic has always been clean. If there's anything that needs mechanical servicing, they are into that. So my update, our 5-year community health plan is due for renewal this coming fiscal year. That will be beginning of April. So we are working on that. We contracted a community member to develop our community health plan, and we are just waiting for completion by beginning of March. He completed the key personal and community health survey already. So we are just waiting for the result of that community survey or the analysis of that survey. We're hoping that most of the community needs will come out from that survey. Mental health, therapy, and support workers. I mentioned that. I submitted a request using the Jordan's principle to access one mental health therapist for cultural support workers that will address our young population's mental health. We have a transition house that used to be the wellness center house. We move all the wellness center staff to the clinic, and we make that house to be available for our prenatal and postnatal coming back from the hospital or treatment centers. We developed a nursing residence policy that has been reviewed and approved by our health committee. We have to review the Little Red health program funding and also the health building. I mentioned that already that we would like all the health program dollars to be directed to Little Red, as well as look into the possibility of having a clinic building specific for Little Red. As everybody knows, Little Red right now is sharing a building with Laclarons. We do not have the autonomy to decide on what we want to do with our building in Little Red. We have to pass through and get a permission as well from Larons if we need to do renovations or whatever. I mentioned already that we need to increase our land-based program activities, and this should be under, I know that we have land-based program activities in other programs, but we want to have our own land-based program under health and wellness. And over the last 3 weeks, I believe we have some cold spells, and we look after our homeless population as well in Montreal Lake. I took the liberty of asking our good chief to open the shelters 24 hours during that cold spell, and I'm glad that she agreed. And I was thinking of having one of our community health vans to be parked in front of the clinic, so that our homeless population can warm up in that clinic van. So if there's still a need, that's still an open possibility for us. I would like to report also that the soup kitchen is still ongoing up to possibly February. We have some donations or pledges coming from different programs as well. And if we can collect all those pledges, we can possibly have the soup kitchen up to end of May. And I would like to report also that our reporting requirements are up to date. Thank you to all our staff, and I've been digging into all the reports as well, trying to complete whatever outstanding is in there. We are approved to have a new taxi unit. So we ordered a van that will accommodate at least 7 passengers because that's the requirement from Health Canada. So it has been ordered. We have 84,000 to spend for one unit. And also I would like to report that we are doing a radon test to all the houses in Montreal Lake and Little Red. Radon test. Radon is it is a chemical that is emitted from the soil, and I would like to mention that radon is the number two cause of lung cancer. So we would like to have a baseline study in Montreal Lake and Little Red, because we don't know how. If we don't have a baseline study, we don't know our status. So that is going to happen. I'm getting a call from our environmental health officer from PAGC, and once we can afford to purchase all those test kits, that will be installed in all the houses in Montreal Lake and Little Red. Community Health Conference. We are trying to organize a community health conference for Montreal Lake as well as neighboring communities if they want to participate. That will happen in early March. We are inviting presenters to speak about chronic kidney disease, cancer, effects of illicit drugs on the human brain, addictions expert, and treatment options. We'll invite all the agencies to have a booth for information purposes. Our counselor in charge has set up a meeting with the Saskatchewan Health Authority for February 3rd. They will come to the clinic, and we will be discussing the possibility of the Regional Health Authority or Saskatchewan Health to co-share the wages for the nurse practitioner in Little Red. We'll be talking about possible partnership in the ambulance service, long-term care, and the health services in Timber Bay and Wiakwe. We haven't been compensated for those services that we provide every day to our neighbors. So that has to be discussed, and that has to be addressed. The last thing that I would like to mention is I took the liberty of asking the Northern Intertribal Health Authority to partner with the University of Saskatchewan to conduct a research study on the quality of life and longevity on the elders admitted to long-term care facility in urban centers as compared to our elders living in the First Nation. The aim of this study is to prove that when our elders live in the community, they have a better quality of life and longevity. We all hear stories that when somebody is admitted in a long-term care or in a nursing home outside the community, they're lonesome and they die faster. We need a long-term care facility in First Nation communities, not only in Montreal Lake, but it should be all over. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I will entertain questions.
Thank you, Ray. Excellent report. And believe me, Ray, when I get old, I want to be in Montreal Lake. I don't want to be in a care home. You hear that, Orland? Keep me at home. Change my pampers for me. So, you know, I was going to mention our old health center, William Charles Health Center, was built in, I think we opened up in 1986. 88? Yeah, 88, sorry, 1988. I remember because Fanny worked there, and I worked there too. I was one of the NANAP workers there. Our boss is Norman Henderson, late Norman Henderson too. And later worked with late Joe Hunt. But anyways, I think that facility lasted 36 years, 37, 35 years. The old health center lasted that long. So. And we're just about celebrating our first anniversary of this new health center coming up this year. Is that correct? Help me out, guys. Yeah, coming up, right? We had the grand opening, so that, yeah. Ray, good job with your directorship there, Ray, and your staff, and Carol. Thank you for that. I know health is a pretty important topic, especially as we get older. We don't realize how important it is to look after yourself as you get older. You know, I'm 61 years old now, and you know, I'm a diabetic, been diagnosed with diabetes just about 2 years now. And I had some prostate issues 3 years ago, and it wasn't fun, so it's not fun, but you know, what I'm trying to say is, you know, let's look after ourselves, let's get some rest, and that way we can continue to look after our kids and our grandkids. So thank you, Ray, for your report. Okay, just an update on the donations for the fish derby. Montreal Lake Business Ventures donated 7. Urban Youth donated 4. Detox donated 2. Prevention, is that MLCN Prevention? MLCN Prevention donated 3. Housing, 2 tickets. Education, 4 tickets for a total of 22 walleye fish derby tickets. So let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so let's move along here. Let's get housing. Who's doing housing? I don't see Janelle. Oh, Janelle, sorry. Janelle Nenahau. After Janelle, I'll get Valerie, then Jacqueline, then Jason. Here's Janelle.
Hello. Hi, my name is Janelle and I'm the housing director for both Montreal Lake and Little Red. I've been in this position for almost a year. I've been in housing for almost 2 years. Every day presents a new challenge. Housing is not the easiest program to manage, however, it's the most rewarding program. We deal with a lot of verbal abuse and lateral violence. Not so much now that we have been informing tenants of the housing policy and their roles and responsibilities of being tenants of Montreal Lake Cree Nation. The housing department has one main office located on Reserve in Montreal Lake and a sub-office located in Little Red. Currently, we have 6 employees in Montreal Lake and 1 in Little Red. Nanette is our Little Red Housing Coordinator who's been there for 5 years. Tennille, who's our tenant clerk, has been there for 2 years. Jennifer, our reception, has been there for 7. Martin is our maintenance, has been there for 2 years. Lloyd is also our maintenance, has been there for 8 years. Sorry, I'm really nervous. We have committee meetings once a month, and we rotate from Montreal Lake and Little Red. We have 6 wonderful Montreal Lake Cree Nation ladies. We rotate so that community members can address their concerns in each area. The committee also addresses issues of tenants not following the tenant agreement stated in the housing policy. We are currently still working on a tenant handbook that will stipulate the responsibilities of the tenant based off of this policy. We update our application list for both Montreal Lake and Little Red every time we receive a new application. However, we do ask that everyone update every April as well. The reason we ask this is due to maybe the dynamics of the family has changed. A lot of people break up, make up, and have more children that come into their home. The selection of housing units that is available is based off the application that is submitted, which is why we ask that the applications be updated. In total, we have 125 housing applications for Montreal Lake on Reserve. Our applications range from single people, families, or families from urban, elders, tenants wanting bigger homes, and trading units. Our rent and maintenance fees for CMHC units. We are paying off a mortgage, which is why rent is required on these units. If we fall behind on these payments, then housing has to offset these costs. And when that happens, it's taken away from where we can utilize funding in other places. These payments also cover any capital repairs such as roofing, windows, water heater, furnaces, etc. Income assistance is able to assist with rent on these units. Rent costs for CMHC units for 2 bedrooms are $305. For 3 bedrooms, it's $325. For 4 bedrooms, it's $345. For 5 bedrooms, it's $395. For band units, these are band-owned units. Maintenance fees covers the cost to repair or replace items such as water heaters, which cost anywhere from $600 to $1,100. Furnace parts, they cost anywhere from $600, and to replace the furnace is $5,000, which is material and labor. We don't get any funding for band units unless it's for renovation. When these fees are not paid, then again, housing has to offset these costs. And when that happens, it's taken away from where we can utilize funding in other places. Income assistance cannot pay rent on these units. The rent for a band house is $137.50. Elders pay $50. We have 291 units in Montreal Lake, 103 CMHC units, 190 band units. We have 8 vacant units in Montreal Lake due to meth contamination. To remediate units when it comes to meth due to its toxicity, it costs anywhere from $12,000 to $6,000 depending on the severity and levels of toxicity. There is no funding to remediate meth contaminated units. Renovations. We were approved for 12 renovations on band units, 6 in Montreal Lake, 6 in Little Red. We will be replacing and repairing 100 windows and 20 exterior doors with new funding that we received for Montreal Lake. I am am working on 5 applications for more renovations and repairs for band units for next fiscal year. We will also be repairing capital items on some CMHC units such as windows, doors, roofs, and siding. Our biggest issue right now is we don't have enough contractors for both Montreal and Little for renovations. Montreal Lake on reserve will be getting 18 new units that were approved last year and have not yet started. We currently have 7 units being built in Montreal Lake and 3 in Little Red. We have a lot of plumbing issues due to 2 factors. We have hard water that causes erosion on the pipes and the water heaters inside the homes in Montreal Lake and Little Red. Tenants are either not educated or informed on how to prevent or fix these minor issues. We did have tenant maintenance training a couple of weeks ago that only 6 people showed up for. For furnaces, the main cause of breaking down and having issues is tenants are not changing their furnace filters every 6 months. We do have a stock of 3 different sizes of filters at the office. All you have to do is come pick them up. Montreal Lake has repaired or replaced 11 water heaters and 36 furnaces since November, and that count is still going higher. We have 3 plumbing companies to help with furnaces and gas water heaters for both Montreal Lake and Little Red, but we are still being overwhelmed with the need of getting these fixed. Questions?
Thank you, Janelle. You go next. Okay, Carol. Carol, you are doing daycare Head Start, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. I had to go walking around that way and see if our elders were having their elder nap. But they're good. They're good over there. No, I want to say thank you to Janelle for her hard work. I've never seen a housing application until she showed me almost a year ago. That's a lot of work. There's probably about 10 major applications, but it has to do with everything into, like putting a house together, everything that you need. And so she had to get quotes and everything. When I found out that we were receiving new housing, I was very excited. I didn't really put it into much perspective until, as I was saying earlier, going out and meeting other counselors. Episodic hosted a housing engagement session in December, I believe, or November. And one of the, a lot of the things that we heard there was other nations are not really receiving houses, or some of them are very excited to receive 3 houses. Some of them were getting 1 house, and to know that we have 10 that are being built right now in both the communities, and then we have 18 that are going to be built, and we have a 5 house that just finished being completed, and people just moved in last week. So I just want to give Janelle a big round of applause because it is a hard job, but she's doing a great job. So thank you, Janelle. Going into our Head Start and daycare, so I don't have an actual report to give out to anybody, but I do have Sharon. Sharon, you want to come up here? No. So our Head Start and daycare, we have a facility here, and then we have one in Little Red. So here we have our daycare director is Reva Bird. So as many of you don't know, Reva actually just had a baby here, a baby boy in December. And so she's at home. And Reva, if you're watching, take a nap or something. Yeah. Okay, no, I'll just continue talking. So anyways, we had, in December, we had a job posting out there for an interim director position. so when we posted for it, we had a couple applications, and we did have somebody who was hired, and recently they're no longer there. So we do have Sharon, who is our interim director, and one of the things that we're finding with our Head Start and daycare is that positions, it's hard to fill the positions in our center. We need to have ECE, but one of the main things is that we just want people who want to be around babies, and love babies, love being around kids. We are really looking for more people to come in and join the team. We had a Head Start driver here for maybe 4 months, and currently we don't have one now. So there's just some issues there regarding we need to fill those spots. So if you know somebody who's looking for a job, see Sharon, see our HR, because we need more staff there. When I go into our actual program, we have a committee that oversees both communities, and they meet regularly once a month. And it's a really great committee. It's the first one. We haven't, since I was in this role, there wasn't a committee before, and we established it, so it's almost a year now since they've been meeting, and it's been really great. Last year, we did some back to school initiatives for our students, because it's for 3-year-olds, or sometimes there's 4-year-olds who are not ready to go into the big school. They can come into our Head Start program. So I know Reba was really working with parents whose 4-year-olds were not ready, but they can go into our Head Start program. One of the initiatives we had was in November, there was a parent retreat for all of our daycare parents and our Head Start parents. And we had it for 4 days, and one of our main focus was mental health for our parents, because it's not often that, say somebody who's not working but sends their child to Head Start, but they're given this opportunity to go be a part of a conference with the other Head Start parents, and just to learn about if there's any challenges at home, just to come together. And it was a really great week, and I enjoyed it. It was my first one that I attended, so it was the 5th annual. One thing that we are really pushing for in our daycares and Head Start is our language. So we have our Cree language committee that is establishing some words that our little 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds can start learning in the center. So that's something that's being done right now, and Charlotte Ross is really working with our daycare in that area. I know Sharon had a list of how many children were actually in our centers, but one thing I want to encourage is if you're thinking of going into employment in the next couple of months, you can go and put your child on a waiting list. It's always important for us to have that waiting list, to have that list going, because it shows how many kids are needing that space. And as we go further, we're attempting to have a feasibility study done this year. We've already had discussions, because we know that we need a bigger facility. We know that our children need more. They don't have access to a gym. We have our gym here, but because there's so many students. And yeah, that's one thing that we want in our new facility, is to have access to a gym. I think that's all I'm going to say for our daycare Head Start. Anybody have any questions? Anybody? Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Carol. Thank you for the update on the Head Start and daycare program. And I think Sharon is the interim director, so thank you, Sharon, for being here as well. Next, I'd like to call up, I don't see Valerie here. Mons. Income assistant, no, Jordan's principal, Jacqueline Halkett. And then after that, Where's education? How's education here? Okay, speak after Jacqueline. Okay. So here's Jacqueline Halkett. Then I'll go to education assignment, and then I'll go to Jason for Lance.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Halkett. I'm the officer service coordinator. So just a little bit about myself. I started this new position on June 18, 2024. So when I started, it was within the office. There was no computer, laptop, or anything available. So I had to set up the laptop and the internet and the email. So I just kind of want to inform you guys what this position is about. So Jordan River Anderson was born on October 22nd, 1999. Jordan's mom and dad are from Montreal House, Manitoba. It's roughly 800 kilometers from Winnipeg. Jordan suffered from a Carey-Feynman-Zitter syndrome. Jordan passed away at the young age of 5 on February 2nd, 2005, never experiencing a day at home.
Before she goes, she's introducing him with a computer.
Jordan River Anderson from Norway House Cree Nation is one of those children. He was born with complex medical needs. For the first 2 years of his life, he stayed in hospital not far from here in Winnipeg Children's Hospital. But after his second birthday, he should have gone home. All the services were ready for him to go home. But what did the government of Canada say? Oh, well, it's really good that Jordan can go home. But we're not sure we have authorities to pay for his at-home care. The province of Manitoba said, Jordan is a federal responsibility. He's a status Indian child on reserve. We don't want to set the precedent of picking up a federal cost. There's no question about it. If Jordan was non-Aboriginal, he would have gone home that day. But as it was, the government officials thought it was okay for that little boy to stay in the hospital while they argued over who should pay. In making that decision in the first instance, they allowed themselves to cross over that bridge of saying that racial discrimination against a child, because no other child would have been denied the opportunity to go home. No other child. That by crossing that river and saying that because he's First Nations, he can stay in hospital while we figure out who is going to pay from our respective surplus budgets. They then entered into the realm of the award. And not just days passed on Jordan's calendars, but days turned into weeks and weeks into years. And this little boy would have other little kids come into his hospital room, and they would all get better. And they would go home. And he was better, and he wasn't going home. The other boys would talk to him about what it is to put both feet into a mud puddle and all the water spraying backwards. Or what it is to put your arms around a big dog, or to hear the drums in your cultural ceremony. And he had done none of that. He was trapped in the hospital. His family, his community, the doctors and the nurses were all pleading with the governments to do the right thing. Let this little boy go home. But the governments didn't listen. They were afraid of setting a precedent of picking up somebody else's cost. And so it was that just after Jordan's 5th birthday, he lost hope and he dies in Winnipeg General Hospital, never having spent a day in the family home. At the time when Jordan passed, we did a study of only 12 of the 108 First Nations communities running First Nations agencies in this country, and we found 400 other children in the same situation that Jordan was in. Being told, no, you have to wait while we figure out who should pay. Jordan's principle is simple. It applies when a government service is available to all other children. So basically, if you were non-Aboriginal, you get the service. That's what it applies. And one of these crazy payment disputes crops up. Whoever gets contact at first, provincial, territorial, or the federal government pays for the bill, and they argue as much about it as they like after. It's a very simple principle. It passed unanimously in the House of Commons in 2007, but it has never been implemented by any provincial government or properly by the federal government. The federal government has sought about to do even something more disgraceful, and that is to narrow this little boy's legacy to say, no, Jordan's principle does not apply to all government services, only services for children with complex medical needs. Well, what we've seen immediately after that was the government trying to narrow Jordan's principle to only apply to children with disabilities with complex medical needs and multiple service providers. Jordan's principle applies to all government services. And what we also saw is that First Nations were being left out of the conversations about how best to implement Jordan's principle. They became conversations really between government officials at the federal and provincial level. So sadly, I was hearing reports by family members, healthcare workers, social workers, community members across the country saying, I have a child who's in a Jordan's principle situation, who's being denied services they would otherwise receive because they're First Nations child. And yet the government's official statements are that there's been no Jordan's principle cases since 2008. Now that would come as a huge surprise to Marina Beale. Marina Beale is a very traditional, proud Mi'kmaq woman from Pictou Landing First Nation in Nova Scotia. And she is the proud mother of two young men, Jonathan, her older son, and Jeremy. Now, if she was here, she'd want you all to know that Jeremy is really loves the power. He just comes alive with music and art and these kinds of wonderful gifts. What's also true is that he's a child who was born with cerebral palsy, born with a severe form of autism, and that he requires a significant personal care. And Marina provided that, despite the lower level of services that we were talking about earlier. Until Jeremy's 15 years of age, when Marina tragically suffers a double stroke. So severe that she cannot walk or hold a water glass. Her first thought is not for herself at all. It's who's going to look after Jeremy. Because Jonathan has a job and he cares for the family, and he does what he can to help Jeremy, but he can't be there all the time when Jeremy needs him. So thankfully there's a very skilled health director, Philippa Victor, who knows of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia decision that spells out very clearly what children in Jeremy's situation should get, which is respite services in the home until the caregiver recovers from their medical disability. The government of Canada said, no, we're not going to pay attention to that Supreme Court. And they outlined instead 3 options for Marina. They said, really, in an email, they say, conditions could deteriorate so badly in that home because Marina, despite her best efforts, won't be able to provide to Jeremy's care, that we could intervene with child welfare, and the government of Canada would pay for it. Which to me is appalling. Child welfare is not to be used for those purposes. Then we have option B, which is let's place Jeremy in an institution. Well, Jeremy, his whole life has been at Pictou Landing Town Council. That's where he's most comfortable. Those are his people in this language. And when he's separated from family in unrelated situations, he engages in very difficult self-harming behavior. So there's no evidence that placing him in an institution would be better for him. And then option 3 is that the small First Nations community, although it receives no funding for this type of high special needs child, should pay for that service. And then if they are unable to continue, then we still have the child welfare institution present. Well, Marina Beale, knowing about Jordan's principle, says to herself, I do not want anything for Jeremy that is a child welfare placement or an institution. He deserves the same thing that any other child would get. So she takes the federal government, along with Pictou Landing Council join her, to court, the federal court. And they argue that this is a breach of the law. The government's failure to implement Jordan's principle is a breach of the law. So on June 11, 2012, that case was argued in federal court in Halifax. And many of your people watching this video will remember June 11 is the anniversary of the Prime Minister's apology to residential schools. So it's particularly symbolic that in that courtroom, Marina Beale is trying to fight for Jordan's principle, not only for her son, but but as she quickly says, for all other children in the country. Well, just a couple weeks ago, the federal court returned the decision, and they found that Canada's very narrow definition of Jordan's principle is unlawful. And they ordered the federal government to pay for Jeremy's care. And they also ordered that they pay for attorney's work costs and for Victor Landing Med Council's work costs. And you know, that evening when I found out about the decision, I was on Facebook and I communicated with Jordan's sisters. And I wanted them to be the first to know about this wonderful decision. And it really boils their heart to see that now Jordan's principle is becoming something in law, something that the government can't just wiggle out with words, but something that actually has a real effect on the rights of children. And when we all step back from Jordan's principle and we think about it, what we're really talking about is ending racial discrimination against little kids. We're saying to the government that it's not okay to say, hold on, you don't get the service, or hold on, you've got to wait, or jump 500 other hoops, just because of who you are. That's what Jordan's principle wants to put an end to. And that's what Jordan's legacy is to all of us. And for all of your viewers, there's something every single one of us can do. You can go onto jordansprinciple.ca and sign up and support Jordan's principle. Join the thousands of other First Nation citizens and non-Aboriginal allies and organizations and First Nations governments who say, we support Jordan's principle. It takes under 2 minutes and it's completely free. So there's something each one of us can do. And then share Jordan's principle in your families and communities and let everyone know that it exists. And no matter what government says, we have a federal court decision that says Jordan's principle is now more than just a motion, more than just a policy. It's now part of Canadian law. I think that many First Nations should take a very significant look at the Beale case. We need to go back and talk to provincial governments and remind them of the true spirit of Jordan's principle. And that means that it applies to all government services and NOs and equities. And if necessary, I mean, I hope it would not be necessary, but if the government is continuing to perpetrate this type of discrimination against children, then I think all of us, it's up to all of us to explore all peaceful and respectful options to make that end. And that includes going to human rights tribunals, it includes charter challenges and the like, because no child should be left behind because of their race. We owe it to the kids and we owe it to the ancestors.
Leaves a legacy behind for all First Nation children to have access to products and services. All applications can either be in person with myself, Flora Halkett, Miranda Henderson, or Gloria Kappa. Online applications are available through Jordan's Principle website under Jordan's Principle. So each month we have monthly virtual meetings. On Jordan's birthday, we commemorated him with the moment of silence. I just want to share that the teddy bear represents Jordan's favorite toy, and the balloon represents his birthday. So who is eligible for Jordan's Principle? All First Nation children are eligible, provided that one parent or grandparent is treating. If the child resides on reserve, they are eligible. Timber Bay and Yakima members made Montreal Lake a reserve, so they are eligible for Montreal Lake First Nation. Children should be assessed to have more access to products and services. I find that disability children receive a faster response time. Right now, there are over 24,000 applications in queue for approval. Since I started, I've had 44 applications with 22 who have received help. In total, as of January, I now have 79 applications. So where are the services available? So Gloria Mikaho is the Montreal intake officer. She's responsible for the financial part of the services. Example, she distributes the POs for the food and the clothing and other product vendors. Flora Helping is on board with Urban. She is our Urban Service Coordinator who helps to process applications once she receives them. Miranda Henderson is the Little Red Reserve Service Coordinator. And myself, I'm the Montreal Lake On Reserve Service Coordinator. So I take care of Montreal Lake, Yakima, Timber Bay, Malnosa, including all Saskatchewan regions. We are not restricted to on reserve only. We can help everyone with no jurisdictions. So I am located at the Gilbert Bird Memorial Building, also known as the Fan Office. So our goals are to inform all Montreal Lake, Yakima, Timber Bay, Malnosa, Saskatchewan, Laurent, Regina, and all areas of South Saskatchewan about Florida's principles and the application process. Each jurisdiction has their own service coordinators that are available in their respective time zone. So I help process applications, meaning I ensure that all applications get approved from South region and from the urban intake officer. So applicants need to know that all required documents need to be attached. For example, recommendation letters. Examples are included in the application packages. All professionals can write a recommendation letter if they see the children on a regular basis, meaning regular appointments. So all individual applications need a personal financial hardship letter stating that what they are requesting, a description of financial hardship, example, social assistance, however helps the funds go to bills and food costs, stating whether they're out of a job, maybe small, they can't look for a job at the moment. They just need a short letter. They need to add their solution of how they will continue to take care of their financial situation. Social requests are one-time help only. However, clothing and groceries are an annual basis, meaning they can apply the next fiscal year as long as they demonstrate the need and explain why. Clients can apply multiple times for education and conferences. So what is a social request? So I have some examples here of social requests. So utilities and heating sources such as oil, wood, and diesel, rent, emergency accommodation, moving or furniture storage fee, furniture, appliances, and home startup, food, hygiene, diapers, and cleaning products, clothing, winter and regular, school supplies, school lunch or breakfast program, fee or noon hours supervision fee, and versus. So when you do an application, they need to know how it will be purchased. So members must state how the product will be purchased and delivered. For instance, if they want to purchase a product, they can ask for reimbursement with the same process for an individual application. They must include recommendation from any professional, doctor, nurses, CHR, teachers, vice principal, social workers, pediatricians, eye doctors, and dentists. person or business providing the service will employ children's principal for support. The service coordinator or agreement holder will request that the funds be flowed to their agreement to purchase the support. The service coordinator or agreement holder will purchase the support and submit for reimbursement to the organization. So examples of health items you can apply for. Speech pathology, occupational therapy, specialized hearing aids. I recently just made an appointment for my granddaughter, and now she has earplugs. She's sensitive to noise, so we got her some earplugs. Medical supplies and equipment, mobility aids, wheelchair ramps, services from elders, mental health services, traditional health healing services, assessments and screening, transportation to appointments, long-term care for children with specialized needs. Educational supports available are school supplies, tutoring services, educational assistance, specialized school transportation. So recently one of our members was discriminated against and wasn't allowed to ride on the bus. However, I called and I was going to get it because I am involved in this matter. However, the situation was resolved. That member can now ride the bus and now has a seatbelt with no discrimination. So I have dealt with these types of situations. Psychoeducational assistance, assistive technologies, and electronics. So there's also group applications available for our businesses. So what is a group application? Basically, your application is requesting for multiple children with the same request. Example, lunch programs, laptops, computers, fences, renderers, renovations. It's the same process as an individual application. All applications need costs and quotes and a letter from the chief and council stating that they support the group application for the children. The youth center was built around Jordan's Principal group application. Winter clothing is provided through Jordan's Principal applications. I provide a guide of what needs to be included with the group application. So I have all that lovely stuff in my office. All group applications are submitted to SAS Region by email. And prevention can apply for respite using the same process as individual application. Early childhood education can apply for a group application. You can request for what is in the best interest of the child. It's important to know the child. Some need more food than others in a day. Some children need more fluids in a day, so you'll need more food and more drinks. So reimbursements are the same as an individual application. When applying for reimbursement, the clients must provide the receipts, dates, and times of childcare. For instance, a request for respite, you will have to fill out more forms and provide your direct deposit information along with the application. What is respite? So respite is for child caregivers who help take care of the children. Assessments will need to be done for a child to be eligible for respite. For example, they will require the child to have a less than 70% intellectual disability. Children with cerebral palsy need to be assessed with less than that requirement. So applications can take up to 1 year for approval based on the 24,000 applications that are still in queue to be approved. So for NIHB, I have forms in my office. The number is available there with the website. So they provide medical transportation and mental health counseling, and they're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'll be putting these posters up at all businesses. So disability tax credit forms. I have the disability tax credit forms available at my office. Currently, to date, I have helped 2 people get this service. They have both been approved. So when you receive this form, you'll have your child assessed, and you can come grab the forms and take them to your doctor to fill out. Once that is done, we can mail them out. So basically, if you have a child with a disability and they've been assessed, you can receive extra money. You can get this money on the same day as child passed. So I thought that would be very important for our members to know. So I'll be providing posters along with the applications and the required documents for each individual application. I will help to the best of my knowledge and my ability to ensure our membership understand what the ordinance principle is and why it exists. I am available Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 12, 1 to 5 at the Gilbert Administration Memorial Building in Annex. Call me. So my duties and responsibilities include helping people fill out applications with all the required documentations for approval. Applications include a letter of recommendation from a professional. The honors of available resources are included in the application package. So I have application forms at the table in the back if anybody wants. So I ensure that membership is informed. No application is denied, meaning no child is denied. All membership is informed for the ordinance principles and the products and services are available. Any questions?
Question.
Hi, Kelly.
Why does it take longer for unreserved applications than like the urban applications, I guess? Why is it longer on reserve?
Depending on the request, also her requests go to Gloria. And she helps with all 12 First Nations, like surrounding areas. So she's not only responsible for Montreal Lake, she's responsible for all the urban areas. So like right now, currently, she's working on all the Montreal Lakes and Little Lakes for social projects.
Like, cause if she has a bigger workload, why is it getting done quicker there than on Montreal Lake?
She has access to the money for all 12 First Nations.
Oh, okay.
Whereas on reserve doesn't have that access to money yet.
Figure.
Any more questions? Yes?
Do you do a follow-up on application?
Yes, I do. I do follow-up. Not only do I do follow-ups, I do home visits. I do plan in the next 2 months to go house to house to hand out these applications that I have. What else is?
Good.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more. So, leave the camera, we'll elaborate. My question is, like second or third party people that know of the needs of kids in the community, whether they're autistic or have not been tested. but the parents refuse to do or follow up or do anything about it. What can those people do, or what can be done in those instances?
Sorry, I'll just answer that for you. In cases of that, you can have the school send a referral for an assessment. Health center can also do it, and early childhood education workers can also do it. If you have early childhood intervention program with that child, they can do referrals as well. Is that it?
Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, I'd like to ask Simon and Agnes to come on up. And I don't know if it's here. Dave here? Dave? What are you going to come up for? You want Simon? Dave, you want Simon? Well, I say Simon says.
Say thank you very much to the presentation on Jordan's principle. For those of you that don't know Jordan River, the mom is from Pelican Arrows. Her maiden name is Appletine. So I like telling these stories about kids, especially when those kids have a tragic story and there's other people that are benefiting. Just want to acknowledge that. And also I have a presentation up there that we're going to be putting together, and the report that I'm going to be talking about has been circulated. But I also been collecting everybody else's reports, so it's a little bit of a pile here, so I'm going to make a second pile. And I also want to acknowledge our Chief of Council, the elder that opened in prayer, and also a big thank you to our staff and students. I know staff have come and gone here. We had a staff meeting, and one of the plans was bring your students as much as they can stand or sit without being too antsy, because we don't want to be disrespectful and disrupt anything that's being discussed. I firmly believe that our students need to be part of discussions, but as you yourselves know, some of the reports can be pretty high level. So it's at the teacher's discretion. And so as much as we want to tackle a lot of those big, heavy topics, such as gangs, drugs, and also bullying, there's a level of education that also needs to be understood. There are a lot of people, they throw around bullying like they know what they're talking about. And then, of course, it really starts to be defined by a person. You know, just this morning we talked about an incident that impacted one of our staff members and one of the students. And there was possible talk about taking some serious action. But after talking about it, emotions start to calm down. And then we want to make sure that we have a healthy discussion, and we want to extend that circle over to our principal, our vice principal, and our mental health. Because we experienced this again last year. I want to say thank you to our mental health counselor, Tiffany Burns-Ross, that took it upon herself, as well as some other staff members, to take a group of kids out to the late Harold Johnson's camp. And what they did out there is really just be present, acknowledge each other. but you can only do so much when kids don't even want to go that extra step. But the kids that did go, they did go camp there overnight. It was winter time, and the land-based teacher last year was there to participate and support. And it really turned out to be something else. Because one of the things that's happening to a lot of our kids, and I talk about this at our school committee, every school committee. In your report, the school committee members are acknowledged, and also our portfolio counselor, Vice Chief Henderson. And one of the things that, I'm actually going to be doing a keynote. I've been invited to a conference in Manitoba and in Winnipeg. We kind of forgot about the pandemic. And so last year, we still really were living the impact of the pandemic. And so one of the first things you'll notice is it's very, very difficult to attract and to keep teachers. So we talked about that at the school committee. One of the first things I tell them is, by the way, this is the staff member that have just joined us, or this is the recent advertisement that's out there. Getting qualified teachers or certified teachers is very difficult because everybody's doing the same thing. So during the pandemic, the older teachers basically retired, and then some of the, I'm going to say, cream of the crop, I don't like using that word, but those that are very good at, they're very skilled, they're very certified, there's a lot of online options out there that they basically went to. And then what happened during the pandemic is the level of respect went down because people were in their homes, people were on social media, and people were addicted to their devices. As adults, what happened was the addictions went up, domestic abuse went up, and also divorce rates went up across Canada and around the world during the pandemic. Now, if you think about that, we have it worse on First Nations because we have less to work with. So a lot of the crystal meth went up, the addictions, of course, went up, and so we feel that here at the school. But we can't ignore the issues that have happened during the pandemic, so it's really good to keep that on top of mind. So the staff members that we attract, I always say we're like I used to say we're like the Winnipeg Jets. We may not make it all the way to the Stanley Cup, but we're always going to come closer, even crack the first round of the Stanley Cup Finals. And so, because they're grinders, they work very hard. They can't afford Sidney Crosby or McDavid out in Winnipeg, but everybody works very, very hard. That's what we have to do here at the school. So unfortunately, sometimes we do pick up teachers. Unfortunately, they are still working throughout their personal issues. So we do have to take that very seriously, and at the end of the day, we have to make decisions. What's going to be best for the students that are, what's in front of our students. So as much as I can, I remind our teachers, especially our EAs, we live in a fishbowl. If you're going to think you're going to do something secret, if you're going to drink, or if you're going to do drugs, or if you're going to swear online, or if you're going to be posting porn, guess what? We hear about it. The whole community is always online, and they're always keeping track of whatever somebody's doing because we have to take that seriously. So that's one of the things that I talk about in our report here is on page 2. First of all, I want to say thank you very much again to our principals. As you can see, her attention is always with the students and the staff. So we were kind of having a little game plan here. Said I'll open up with some discussions. I'll give it back to you. But when she comes back, I want to give her an opportunity to also talk. So on page 2 of that report, it talks about safety focus. That's the number one thing we have to, that always determines how the success of a school. I work at I I pick up contracts where people ask me, how do you develop a safe school? And sometimes when people are not in education, or they don't have politics, or they're not active in the community, the first thing they say is metal detector, security guards. That's absolutely the wrong way to go, especially if you want security guards with metal detectors and having uniforms. You want to have a relationship first. You have to have a positive relationships first. And one of the things that we are doing is we do have a zero tolerance for gangs. We do have a zero tolerance for gang activities. And so, but we know that we just can't shut the door on everybody, especially if there's kids out there that maybe posted something of a gang sign, or are they a gang member? Maybe they wear a different color. Are they a gang member? We talk about these things as admin. Where do our kids get that second chance? Where do they go if they're not allowed to come to school? So we have a fine balance to make sure that everybody feels safe, and at the same time making sure that those kids that want to come in and want that second chance are not basically stonewalled. So how we do this is, of course, to be present. So I want to say again, thank you to our principal, who's always, she develops a bit of a tough reputation, because we talk about this. Staff member, how come you're late? Where are you supposed to be? Aren't you supposed to be at supervision? What about the bus? Because the worst thing that can happen is something happen when staff members aren't around. Where if a bus is there and a parent just kind of rolls by and doesn't see a kid crossing the street, or that spells trouble for every single one of those students and many of our staff members. So safety has to be number one. Emphasis on supervision. I will never apologize if I'm mean to a staff member if it means that I make sure that the student is going to be, student's needs are going to be taken care of. I've seen many schools where the administration are afraid to say something to staff, but we have to work together. And at the end of the day, there's people, asking, do you have any positions available? So recently we picked up, I think, 2 staff members. One started on Monday, I believe it is, and the other one is starting. Another one just started this past Monday. So, we lost 3 staff members before December for personal reasons, but hey, you know what? It worked out. I say it's a win-win, because at the end of the day, there's other staff members that come to us. So it's a balance of who you know and the reputation we have. If you ask people about Montreal Lake, those that don't know about Montreal Lake, or even don't care about Montreal Lake, they'll say negative things. Because sometimes we get into the bad habit of reposting or resharing something. And I want to point out, if you're a community member and if you see a bunch of police cars out there, you're not a reporter. You don't have to do that, because you're giving our school a bit of a dangerous edge. Leave that to the leadership to maybe put that into perspective of what's going on in our communities. You are part of our community, and we can't do it alone. You have to make sure that we have to make sure that we all look good on the outside, so people are not afraid to come work for us. I'm not giving you heck. It's just the way I talk. Sorry about that. And so staff attendance priority, targeted and directly aligned admin with specific roles, or assigned with specific roles. School lockdown procedures, we do have, it's pretty straightforward. I always, Andrew Johnson always says, keep it simple, in terms of KISS. And so last year we had to do 2 lockdowns because a serious incident happened in the community. And I want to say thank you to the leadership, because they were in constant communication with us. And our admin, we have a Google chat, and that's how everybody was getting all their information. Everybody was in the classrooms. But we basically said, lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. And everybody was disappeared. It was as if we planned it, we've been practicing it, but when we keep it very simple, there's no confusion, And the minute we basically announced the lockdown, we basically had everybody accounted for, and you know, we didn't lose a bunch of staff. We debriefed, we touched base with staff, how are you doing? And at the end of the day, because our local staff were looking out for each other, everybody was checking in, and at the end of the day, we figured out that those people that were getting themselves into trouble, that they already, you know, was almost expected, because in the community they're known for this kind of stuff, so it wasn't as if everybody in the community was in danger. So with that said, I want to give it to our principal here, maybe to share a couple of words in terms of safety focus or whatever else you want to share before I move on.
Good afternoon. So that is my focus every day when I come here. I make sure our kids are safe, our staff are safe, and it all starts off with the learning, you know, making sure our staff are in their designated areas and going around checking to make sure our staff are here, so there's teachers in the classroom with our kids when they come into the classroom. But I always think about the kids first before I make decisions, because it's our kids that are going to be affected if we make a wrong decision. And we do have a lot of staff, but you know, we talk, communicate, and we make sure we're kind of all on the same page. And we have had staff leave, but you know, I always say by a miracle of God, we end up getting resumes, and we end up with some real good people. Recently, like Simon said, 3 of our staff left, and we hired a new math and science teacher, and just talking with him, he seems to really care. And so I wanted to mention on their daily bus supervision, because we have a lot of issues with kids getting hurt on the bus. So last year we implemented, we have a supervisor on the bus every day, so the bus driver can focus on driving that bus and not trying to drive the bus and supervise the kids at the same time. So we have that every day. Myself or Melissa go outside during supervision, checking on the kids, but also encouraging our staff to be on time. And also for the gang activity. And when we notice it, you know, I'll go and kindly talk to that young man or young lady. I said, let's have a chat, and you know, we'll talk about what's going on, and you know, the positives and the negatives of gang activity. And sometimes I've known from a few, nobody talks to them about it, you know. They're always judged about being a gang member. But you also have to understand, why are they a gang member? Where are they coming from? Why did they choose this life? So instead of judging them, we communicate, you know, we show empathy to them. And we have a couple of our high school kids that have made a big turnaround, and you know, it's very heartwarming to see these young people coming to school every day, getting their work done, and you know, they slowly work themselves into the high school program and they become successful. But it all, you know, it all takes like baby steps and acknowledging them, because sometimes they don't get acknowledged by anybody. They're judged before they're acknowledged. And that's all I can say for safety.
Do you need, speaking of which, just I wrote down some extra notes here. Before I go to program focus, which is the next slide, I wrote down a couple of notes here. School enrollment. School enrollment is at 493. And so if you didn't know how we get funded, is the more students that we have in our school, the more money we have to use for our students. And nominal roll is basically government will count how many students we have from the first day of school for about 30 days. So I just wanted to let you know that in these past 4 years, nominal roll has really went up and up. And so far, I don't think we've ever reached this number, or we haven't had this number in a long time. So I just wanted to mention that. And we're also projecting 26 graduates. So that includes our adult ed program, which is across the way there. Mr. Don Bird does an excellent job. He's taught adult ed before. And so I just wanted to also mention that, and the fact that we have an adult education, also in the same building as employment and training. Thank you to our employment training coordinator, Sherry, who's also a school committee member. And our staff, I wrote 91 staff to date. How do I look on the camera there, sir?
Good.
Make sure that you don't catch the double chin. Put that camera higher.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What's the maximum of how many people can be in this school who've never been that? We have 91 staff and 495 students.
It really boils down to the number of students per class. And right now, our biggest classroom is 20, grade 5, so 28. And that, if you recall, the provincial teachers are kind of dealing with the same thing, except the provincial teachers were complaining in terms of renewing their staffing contract with the provincial government because of class sizes and also the number of a wide-ranging issues that students are bringing into our schools. So our teachers are basically saying we're not only teaching, we're also being the social workers, we're also being the mental health therapists. Meanwhile, First Nations educators have been basically doing this for a very long time. So 28 is high. We are building 2 extra classrooms. I just actually did a walkthrough. And one of them is equipped with a sink, and we're hoping that would be land-based. And so one of the other things we want to do in terms of building capacity is, of course, land-based can maybe do a lot of the programming outside, so we've been able to invest in building a little bit of an outdoor shelter. But I think that's going to be temporary. I keep telling our school committee is, possible change in government spending might see us as, the days of plenty right now. So we're investing in transportation. We're investing, in, of course, in classroom expansion. And also, you'll see at the back of the school here, we have some fencing. So a lot of those things that we can use for years and years, we're investing in now. But in terms of our school, in terms of the number of students that we have, it's right now it's manageable. Okay. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to make sure that you let me know. In terms of our program focus, if you wanna press the arrow button there. So TLC stands for Treaty Land and Culture. That's something that we're very proud of this year. Of course, coming to Montreal Lake, you're always going to know about Wallanosa and the importance of the adhesion to Treaty 6. And so we're proud to have teachers that are taking this very seriously. Our land-based coordinator is, of course, Larissa Beatty. And there's a report floating around out there with lots of great pictures. We're very fortunate enough to have somebody that can not only sit in the classroom and manage kids, but also go out there and teach kids what to do, because she does love the land. And we also have our vice principal at the high school side, and she basically has a master's in some of the same things in terms of language and also culture. And we're also, we've also, well, by way of leadership asking us to be responsive and to plan accordingly. So where we were supposed to have an elders day tomorrow, and I think there was arm wrestling and also track running across the ice and back. I'm not sure what the exact activities were, but we had to postpone that to honor the funeral that's been planned, or that will be happening. And so the other thing that we want to do is on February 11, we also have a acknowledging at Tree 6. Is he indeed lifting up his hand there? Okay. All right, perfect. I thought maybe I missed the latest, but so far, February 11, the Tree Commissioner will be here. I want to say thank you and acknowledge Charlotte Ross for making that connection. And hopefully we can have maybe other dignitaries. I was talking to Bev this morning, and she assures me that there's going to be some leadership from PAGC that will be here. And I believe the FSIN, Dean mentioned some dignitaries that will be joining us on that day. And instead of having February 14 as Valentine's Day, where we're making sure that we're supporting a community event and basically having no school, but I think we have a fishing derby on that day. And also, I just want to say, next year, before we decide to, I think Valentine's Day is going to fall on a Friday again in about 10 years. Before Chief and Council decides to shut it down, the kids, that's a very special day. So next time, but I know the teachers are also need some loving too. So hopefully we don't see any newborns in 9 months, because we really need those teachers. So literacy, numeracy, and some of the things that we prioritize. One of the things that we didn't realize is, we talk about literacy, we talk about numeracy being very important, but without having to actually put it on paper and having it as a plan. We call it a learning improvement plan. And one of our consultants, Noella Midswing, walked us through it all summer with our school committee, and some of our leadership were there as well. When you put it in everybody's face, there's a great big plan in the staff room. That's something that everybody makes sure that they're looking at. So it's one thing to have the provincial curriculum and everybody have it around the school in each class, and each teacher do their job. But it's another thing where everybody is like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do in this grade. How are you doing? So everybody knows now that they're checking on each other. So I want to say thank you very much to our school committee and also our admin for prioritizing that. Student services. There's a page on there as well. Student engagement. I want to say thank you again to some of our staff members. As you can see, one of our EAs has been here all day helping out with this and that. He does a lot of work, but we need more teachers to step up to do extra curricular. So if you ever see anybody that's actually running the program, maybe help them out or give them a little bit of flexibility, because not everybody is sticking around after school and helping with programming. That's a very, very big thing. A lot of parents, a lot of our teachers, and so as soon as the kids are gone, they go about their day. So we have to try and balance. We can't really force them and say, you are not doing enough for extracurricular. That's also a little bit of it's a sensitive area for a lot of people. So instead of forcing extracurricular, we're trying to make it as inviting as possible. That's something of an ongoing issue, but we're almost there. You can only tolerate so much where everybody is kind of like 8:15 to 3:45, and they're out the road and out the door. So as we have more and more of this pride, of this community spirit come into our school, I know that kids themselves are going to be asking, When are we going to have volleyball? When are we going to have badminton? When are we going to have track and field? So that's when we have to respond and recruit teachers that really want to be here, make sure that we have those staff members that put in that extra time to build those positive relationships. So life skills transition programming, and we have adult 12, we talked about professional development on the first Friday of every month, and then community engagement every third Friday of the month. So at one time, you know, some of the schools out there only have a 4-day work week. I know there's more and more schools that are doing out there. We talked about it, and we were almost to the point of implementing it, but at the end of the day, we heard from our leadership that, you know, the parents would like to see more of a consistent 5-day schedule, so we kind of scaled back, and we have the first Friday of every month as Professional Development Day, and also community engagement. And most of these days, we're already scheduled throughout the year, but scheduling them accordingly helps us make sure that everybody realizes what we have for the school year. Next page. Student services. I want to say a lot of people may not know, but student services is basically what we used to call special education. We've got a whole lot of things that are happening. Some will take a look at this and say that is a lot, because if you compare it to what we used to have not too long ago, especially during the pandemic, especially when there's a hard time to try and bring people in that do have these qualifications. So Diana McGilvery is our student services coordinator, our student support coordinator, does an amazing job. And also she does have some of her staff members that are helping her out. So there's Mary Stewart, also a part of that team are Tiffany Burns-Ross, Dean Davidson. We got Alina McLeod as well that's helping us out. And then we have second level supports. So second level means that these are people not in the classroom. They still support, they still help students, but they usually come in from the outside, they're contractors. So a lot of these supports do come from Treaty 6 Education Council, they do come from Sturgeon Lake Education, First Nations Education. I know one of them travels in from the Ronge and another one travels in from Saskatchewan. So those are what we call second level. So those are not in the school all the time or in the classroom all the time. Those are the people that come in and support by either occupational therapist, speech pathologist, we got psychologists coming in. So these are just some of the things that we have. Student services continued. Next page. We got, like I mentioned, these are just some of the second level supports that we receive. I already listed all of them, except for the online therapy. Tiny I is basically students meeting with a therapist online. And we could have somebody here in person, but this actually already meets the needs of our students. Okay, and then we have life skills transition classes. This is not a place where students go and they're going to be stuck there. The last thing we want is for kids to feel that they're not wanted. So, Coretta Nelson is the teacher. I want to say thank you for the support that she's been putting into the classroom. For a while there, we were running out of space and we had to put her in one of the teacherages with a small group of students. But now she's back in because land-based programming needs to be a little bit more outside because we are running out of teacherages. And so one of the teachers that's going to come to us, a math and science teacher, is going to be residing in the space that the classroom has basically cleared up. Financial literacy is also new this year, that is a provincial government initiative, but we all know that a lot of our kids do need a lot of these life skills as much as possible, so that's going to be something our high school students have to take to make sure that they get their 24 credit requirement. Staff retention and recruitment. For every single one of you that have either stopped to smile or shake hands or say hello to a teacher, thank you very much. I often say that no teacher should be coming to Montreal Lake without having the opportunity to go out in the lake to fish. Because we assume that just because people come in, they could have been fishing because it's right there, but a lot of our teachers, they don't know what to do, where to go. And even when we get fish or moose meat or elk meat, one of the first things I tell Larissa, and one of the first things I try to do is make sure that you go and feed the teachers that are always there, always in front of the classroom, because they're not able to go out there. So you want to be able to have that. You know, why have somebody all over, you know, from across the world come here, and basically school is basically the same in the city or across the world. You know, you go to school and you leave school. You know, a lot of that culture is around the land and the hospitality that we have as a people, and that's what we try to do at the school. And hopefully, you know, a lot of the people that might be lining up in front of the teachers just to go get some fish realize that, you know, let's continue that tradition of maybe remembering the visitors as well. We want them to have a positive experience. We never know who's going to come, maybe one of their relatives or friends, and recommend Montreal Lake. So, building local capacity. We just finished talking about this not too long ago. The school committee would like to see what leadership also mentioned. What is it going to take to have our own teachers education program here in town? So that's also, it is possible. So that's, you know, in discussion. It'll take some political willpower and some financial stability in there. But so far, everything that we're looking at, very, very preliminary discussions, it is possible. So we're just going to have to continue, and hopefully we can provide you an update and say, guess what? We have 25 seats. We're doing a teacher's education program. We partnered with post-secondary. Leadership knows about this, so hopefully that'll come. Just everything is very, very preliminary right now, and we're going to be inviting the University of Saskatchewan to do a presentation to our school committee, so our leadership can really have an opportunity to ask some really good questions. Renovations, there's a project management team that was in place before my time. And I want to say thank you very much to everybody that made sure that they did a push for this. I know that leadership also invited some external consultants. Victor Houle has been able to make those connections, as well as Mary Stacy out in Alberta have been helping us out, and as well as Julie Nitaha has been very instrumental in making sure that we collect all the information that is needed in terms of demographics. How many students are we going to be projecting in 10 years, and how can this building meet those needs? And also, when can we have a new school? So all those are, again, very, very critical to be acknowledged. Next page, student retention. You know, I wish I could tell you what works, but essentially it's a relationship that we're building. Hot lunch program, student wellness center, land-based programming, school sports, extracurricular activities, high school scheduling, being responsive to students' needs, taking care of any students' incidents in terms of high school liaison. So a lot of these changes we're doing. I want to be real fast. But share it out, 12.
I'm sorry I have to leave. I have a homeless meeting in Prince Albert, so I have to take off now. We have some homeless family members who are in Prince Albert, so I have to go there and say hi.
I blame the other program managers for taking so long. But anyway, community focus, our next 1 year. We're almost done. Community focus is communication strategy in terms of prioritizing community. involving community events, community use of the school. Thank you very much to those people that do use the school and respect their school in terms of booking it or providing somebody to clean up or letting us know in advance that we need to have somebody in place so we can make those arrangements. So again, partnering with other departments within the nation. I want to say thank you to ICFS, prevention, health. They do chip in. Whenever we ask, everybody's always very responsive. And our last page is basically a call out for chaperones. So if you've ever been on any kind of school trip, and please let us know if you're interested. We do need a CPIC, but of course, some of these last-minute trips, a mom and dad wanting to participate is always very possible. And who knows, you might, just picture yourself as this is a test trial. Maybe you'd be interested in becoming a teacher if we do have a teacher's education program, and if that's the case, let us know if you want to be a chaperone for any of our student trips. Who's it? Yep.
Anybody have questions for Frank? Go ahead.
I have one question. In your student retention area, you don't have driver ed there or somewhere in there. I think when we have, some of our young people are graduating, they're at the age where they're driving and stuff. And the band is going to be coming into money with the cows and plow stuff. Maybe we should prepare some of our youth to kind of, I guess in a way to have their drivers so they don't get into trouble with the police or whatever, if they get stopped and if they have money. For sure they're going to want to buy vehicles or whatever. So not just one, maybe two.
We have 40 students scheduled on March 25 for driver's education, SGI base work, and we've been doing that for a number of years. And so definitely it should have been up there. That's one of the things that we want students to know is when you come to school here, you definitely can get your driver's license. The gentleman, a good friend of mine, Marvin Sanderson, does come into town here, meets the staff, meets the students, and has that respect for community. If there's anything that, any last minute changes, very, very flexible. But thank you very much for that. Yeah, March 25, we have 40 spots available for our students if they want to take driver's.
Maybe just to add to that, we heard last couple days that the band purchased a motor coach charter bus, and we need people our own people to drive that bus too. So we do have a handful of them, but they are busy. So we need, these young people should be encouraged to get their A2 license as well. Even A1 doesn't, or 1A doesn't hurt as well. So just to encourage some of the young people to get their license right, Leon.
That's right.
Okay, let's give Simon a round of applause and Bauer. Let's give them
I got a text message there from one of our community members about school closures. Definitely, so what happens every school year is we do already schedule a number of days that we have flexible. So far, we're still within that that number of days that we're allowed to close without having to impact our kids' education. But it is starting to add up. So the elders' funerals, of course, are impacting our school days. But we're working with leadership on that. And so if one of these days there is a funeral and there is school, we don't have that yet. But if it does happen, I want to personally apologize, because the only reason why we would ever do that is because we don't have any more days. But so far, The weather days, the unforeseen closures are still within the number of days we've scheduled already. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Can I ask a Okay, next we have Lance, and we've got Jason Valentine, and then we'll go to Alphonse Valley and Charlene, if she's still here. So we're just about done there, folks, so just bear with us. So I'll turn it over to Jason. Podium mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. That was a good report. But that was good. Can you get the last one? Give me Jojo, Agadan, Roots. This one. Thank you, everybody, for being here. DJ Gotagaya, an announcement for your attendance here. Oskai, the Youth Council, are here, members of the Youth Council. Glad to see you here today. I guess first and foremost, my condolences to the Okinawa and Bird family, as well as the Hawking family. It's been a tough week with that. I'll make mine as quick as I can here. So my job is in land and resources. Right now we're working on getting a land code into the community. So we've selected, the council has selected May 15th for their vote date. So prior to that, we're going to be having a round of community meetings in all of our sectors, PA, Saskatoon, Little Red, and Montreal. But basically what a land code is, it started in 1996 with 13 First Nations. It's now 2024, 255 bands across Canada have signed on, 122 have voted yes to adopt their land code. So on May 15th, we're going to have our land code then. We will have it online and we'll have it on site. In between then, we'll have a number of community meetings, engagement sessions, and we'll spend some time going over the land code. So that's just a little bit of what I do with the land code. That's my primary role, I guess I should say. And just to talk about a little bit of the other things, if Kim, if you could get on the show some of the pics, I guess I can speak to those. That's not me up there, by the way. Okay, so a few times over the summer, what we've done is we've secured some money with fisheries and oceans in the past, and I've hired people to go walk along the lakes, or both of our lakes. We have 5 fish spawning rivers coming through our community, so we spend a lot of time cleaning those. In the winter, we clean up after the fishermen as well. So we've done that again this year. We just recently did that on the ice here the other week, and just prior to winter, we were out there again. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll start talking about Montanosa a little bit. Over last winter, about this time of year, the council and the community was very concerned about our graveyard in Montanosa. Some of it was washed away, some of it was already in disrepair. The fence was taken down by the ice or water waves. So that's just a shot of Montanosa. And we did a site visit there September of last year. As the team was there, a number of people, the CEOs, we had some local people in Montanosa. So if you see in the far corner there, that portion of the graveyard was taken out already. And there, I guess you get a better look at that graveyard. We're certain none of our graves washed away. Most of them are children. I think there's 26 graves there. And that's just a shot from where the water was during the fall, during low tide. Just another shot of that. So we're looking to do the same with the treaty signing site as well too. It's just a matter of time before that's in danger. It's about 8-9 feet off right from the shore, but there is still time to work on that one yet. And there, that's what I was talking about. That was just the garbage that was picked over this past fall. Just prior to the snow coming down, we were able to get on the shore, the beach, the lake, Bitter Lake, all of our rivers. And there, that's the work that was done in Montanosa. they built up a berm along the shore to protect that ground so that the ice and the water wouldn't reach the graveyard. So that was work done by JD Enterprises out of Christopher Lake. So we're very grateful to the leadership. They found the money and the resources to pay for that. I think that was about $60,000 to $70,000 worth of work, and it had to be done in winter to cross the ice. And that's just a close-up shot, I guess, of Molinosa. Molinosa Graveyard. Yeah, where that bobcat sits is where the lake actually is. So that's in the winter, a winter project. And now the water line just goes maybe a couple of feet up those rocks now. So it's secure at the moment. So I guess that's basically what I wanted to present today, but the big thing is the land code. So the council has selected ratification officers. Originally it was Judy Bird, but she's just there's a lot of work right now, so we have Talia Bird in there as well, and Lorraine Henderson will be looking after the electoral work for that. So just keep your eyes out for any notices. We're also going to be on the app. I'll be working with Health Watch to get all this information on the app. So just keep in touch, keep your eye out for any posts for any community meetings we're going to be having. So you can say thank you, Roger, for doing a good job. To the council that are here, thank you again. To the members that are here, except the national. Thank you, Jason. Short and sweet. Like his exes. Okay, next we have, let's see, Alphonse Valley, prevention. You are up, and then we're going to ask Charlene if she's still here. If not, we'll go to Sherry after that. Then Levi will close off the afternoon. Sherry, are you presenting too? Yeah. You will? Okay, I'll call you up after Levi.
You didn't even make it short for me. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll just get this out of the way before I start, because I am a little bit nervous when I do public speaking. The advice I give my kids is it's okay not to be good at something. It just gives you a chance to practice and get better. So here I am listening to myself. I'd like to start with thanking our prevention team, who always go above and beyond to support our families and our nation. I think we have them here, most of us. Okay, our mission statement for prevention is that all children deserve to thrive in a safe, stable, nurturing family and community. And this is what guides our actions within the prevention program. Thank you. A little bit about prevention is that we will work with families to ensure that the youth in the community have the tools and resources needed to support them in their journeys through life. Whether it be mental, physical, emotional, or spiritual well-being, our prevention team is willing to help. Next slide, please. Thank you. So some of the services we offer include a shuttle to drive families into the city for grocery shopping. As most of us know, it's expensive to hire someone in for a ride. We'd rather see our families spend that money on groceries and other essential needs. There we go. We'll also help clients access various other supports that they need. One of our prevention workers will help them through the process and make sure they get the help that they require. We also have a pilot program that any of our nation members that have any knowledge or skills that they would like to share with our families and youth, we will fund the project, purchase supplies, and pay a facilitator fee. We'll also help with planning and advertising the potential program. Next slide. And here you can see some of the programming that will be offered to the communities of ML and Little Red. And just that this slide will be available on our MLCN app. I also, if any of the program managers would like to send me their reports, I can put it on the app and the website as well. Next slide. Okay, at Prevention, we are involved in almost every community event on both our nation's reserves, either through direct help or cost sharing with various other programs within the nation. Some examples are, we just recently did a youth winter gear program that made sure that any youth who needed boots, winter jackets, etc. was provided. And this was a joint program between us and the youth center. Another program that we did during the Christmas holidays was Christmas gifts and wrapping services to any parents that needed presents for their children. And this was a collaboration with the health center. And I believe we gave out just shy of 300 presents. So we're pretty good. Next slide. There we go. There is our team. Our team consists of myself, Mary Lou LaValle, our office manager. We'll make her stand up. Mary Lou. She's there. We have Ashton Helkett as our cultural coordinator. And we have Roger Bird as our prevention worker for Montreal Lake. And while our team is small in nature, we are currently seeking a director, a mental health worker, and 2 prevention workers to round out our team. And help expand the services that we can offer to the community. If you'd like to apply or look at the job postings, they're in far back there. And thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I will try to answer. And time's up. While we're here, we also do our booth drop. We have this verse here readed by Mary Lou LaValle, right in the back over there. I'd like to say, I'm not telling people like Mary. So we get our community member here, Talia, to run the name. And just let you know, this went to all 4 communities, so we'll see which community wins. There's H. 639. Congratulations. Thank you. It's beautiful. Hey, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, folks. For the report. It's Montreal Lake Prevention Program. Thank you to your staff as well. Who's the next one? Charlene? Sherry? You ready to go? Okay, that's great. Oh, we can go? Sorry. I got comments. Okay. Go with Sherry. And then I'll go to Troy's.
Hi, my name is Sherry. I work as employment and training coordinator. My duties are to find any programming for the community, help clients do resumes, cover letters, online research for employment and training. I also help client students in filling out funding applications if they want to go back to school in the city. The funding agency funds clients and students that want to go back up to 2 years. I also partner with the Income Assistance Program, Social. we co-share costs for the programs. We did the water treatment program in June 2024, and then we did the forest support program, later changed to pre-employment cooking. This program started in August up until January this year. This month I started the SIIT job focus program for 8 weeks. It focuses on identifying barriers hindering progress such as issues in communication, addictions, legal matters, and more. This program is taking place right now at the Arena Mezzanine. The Senator Allenberg Memorial School EB12 is currently using the training room at the JDP Education and Training Center. As I am a strong supporter of clients that want to finish grade 12 and move on to trades or university. The upcoming programs I have is Job Skills, Job Find, DGT focuses on life skills training, enables clients to achieve personal success in career and training. The other duties I do besides my job is I coordinate the mentorship program. This program is for the graduating students or clients that haven't been in school for a year or more. The age limit is 17 to 30 years old. The volunteer services I do is the Neil Squire and Managing Care for the Disabled Program. This is a job readiness program and it's 12 weeks for anyone that self-declares a disability. Example, learning disability, anxiety, depression. They can qualify for this program. After the 12-week training is done, they will be placed in a 2-week paid work placement, and if successful, they will get a contract to work for 3 months. So I'm really pushing, trying to help out in the mental health and mental health safety program. So that's why I'm focusing on these job series programs right now. That's why we're going to be doing the job skills and job find. It's it.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for your report. That's employment and training. Now it's coming. Next, I call up Troy. Troy's going to do 2 reports, one on behalf of the social program and the other public works. So, sorry, Troy. I know Troy's not feeling good, so he's left it out today. So, here's Troy.
Good afternoon, everyone. As I said in the beginning, I have my programs. I forgot one was Cree language I look after. I co-share that with Conrad. Charlotte's not here today. Charlene is busy. She's helping out with the church right now. They needed help, so she passed it on to me. Val also with social programs. She's busy with social tomorrow, so she's they're scrambling over there. So I'm going to help out here. I'm just going to skip through a few of these. Skim through them. I know it says introduction. Good afternoon. MLC, and my name is Charlene Subenko, so I'm going to skip all that stuff because they're speaking as themselves here. Charlene's, she's been there for 13 years. She still loves her job. She loves the community. Public Works shares the community hub at the Old Health Center with housing, ECDEV, eventually prevention services in February, hopefully. Business hours, 8:30 to 5. The phone number is here, the fax number, address. Some of the workers for Public Works consist of wastewater is Christopher Smith, septic driver. Water systems is Kenneth Jensen, water treatment plant operator. Water delivery is Norman Ross, contractor. Garbage man is Richard Henderson. He's for the whole community. Roads and bridges, Stuart Valentine, Warren K. Bird Smiley there, and then Brian Warren, he travels in from Moore right to help with the grader. He's there. When there's a big blizzard up there, they're always on top of it. They're always there. So I know we don't take breaks when it's raining, snowing, or any kind of weather. Roads and bridges, there's John leaders, 8 crew members. During the winter here, actually just finished up yesterday. Field management from, there's 2 crew leaders there, 8 crew members. Community buildings, Charlene's, she helps with, we actually have her buildings in Public Works. Every time they need help, they give us a call. Nickford Memorial Building, the fire hall, the church. She also looks after the sliding hill, and just recently the homeless shelter. We just opened that up in the beginning of December. The other duty she takes care of is the dog catching, community spring cleanup, and the graveyard cemetery cleanup. That's Public Works. Any questions on Public Works? Good. Okay, VALS program, social. Sorry, I'm trying my best here, but take a second. So, there are a number of clients for the social program, 892. Adults are 570, children are 322. Assisted living, 8. Group homes, Rose Valley, Spiritwood, Lease, Prince Albert. CMHC rent, 72 units. Power bills, energy bills, 165 units. Wood delivery is at 23 cabins. Rates increased to $425 in July. Single client, $360 plus $65 northern rate. Children receive $65 northern rate. $30 phone allowance. Direct deposits, we just recently started that, I believe, last year. There is 365 that get their social deposit, and then still 220 checks. Store bills, 420 bills. Overrides, rest of the month. I'm not too sure. 4 full-time staff, 2 part-time, 1 security. Fixing stats 2021 to now with Zantex. Special needs, the policy changes in July. Must update Zantex. They help in furniture, travel, funerals, clothes, birth certificates, and medical reasons. Pest controls. They also help in taxes registered annually. She volunteers with Judy doing taxes every year. They also commission reports. I believe that's Val and also Judy. Service Canada comes in quarterly to help out. Social Assistant Employment and Training, that's Daisy. Forest to Fork, August 26, 2024, January 25. The trainings conclude firearm safety, high tanning, meeting, wilderness survival, trapping, cooking meals, chainsaw certificate, maps and compassing. First aid to 2 days, hair and eyelash training, Erica Bird. Security guard training, as of today we have 105 trainings in the last few years. Driver training learners course coming up in February, March, readiness workshop, digital literacy and career planning. A to Z, skid steer, telehandler, front end loader, excavator, gun license and renovation, valet bird, and social team. Any questions on the social program? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Troy. I think we took my agenda. I think we grabbed my agenda. Who's all left to report? Levi and Jonas. Bonzi did already. Levi, I think you're the last reporter. On behalf of the Youth Center of Montreal Cree Director Levi Nelson. And he's going to donate a couple of fish derby tickets as well. We'll do the draw right after his report.
Thanks, Troy. All right. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day, so I have it on
report is the coordinator's report from the Montreal Lake Youth Center. So I'll just skim through everything. I know everybody's been sitting here for hours. And so as y'all know, my name is Levi Nelson. I started the director position back in June of 2024. And when I started, we had a total of 7 staff for Montreal Lake Little Red. Now with Montreal Lake Little Red and Urban, we have a total of 18 staff, including myself. We've recently gotten a new truck for our land-based program. We're fortunate enough to get one. It's been much needed. We've been using personal vehicles for all our hauling, our land-based activities, and it's been a lot of wear and tear, and I'd rather put wear and tear on a company vehicle than a personal vehicle, because if you lose a personal vehicle, you can't go anywhere. So, the bills are racking up on quite a few of the vehicles. So for Montreal Lake Youth Center, with our 8 staff, we have Tammy McKenzie, who's our coordinator, Morningstar Ross, our full-time cook. The youth workers are Mark Carl, Jane Adamagan, Clay McDowell, Eden Uzichabi, April Smith, and Tanisha McDonald. It's been a challenge to get casual staff at this time. I don't know why people aren't signing up to work. It's easy work. It's rewarding working with the youth. Our program is fully funded by George Municipal. Within our program, we have nutrition and food, where we serve 3 meals and snacks throughout the day. In our culture program, we have numerous cultural activities for youth. A lot of them are going on with Jared Nelson with his program. We're thankful and grateful that he's back working with us and for our community and teaching our kids all the basic skills that we're starting to lose, that I noticed we're starting to lose, and it's great to see all the participation from the youth that are attending every day. We have family events that we offer every week at our youth center. We have trips, and we try to do 1 or 2 trips out of the community with the youth. We have Indigenous arts and drama, and we look and we're inviting anyone to come out who has Indigenous arts to teach our skills to the youth, such as painting, beading, sewing, drum making. Also jigging and power dancing. We're looking for coordinators for that. We do a lot of awareness presentations. We try and seek local role models for those and share their stories with you. We do a lot of grassroots sports development. We have camps with some guys from Edmonton that come in and do a lot of training with their youth. We attend the Tony Cody winter and summer games, and those are always big events. We do the winter clothing, as Alphonse stated earlier, and we team up with prevention to do that. This year, it's kind of it was kind of difficult to get them out because a lot of the sizes were small, and a lot of the smaller kids were taking 2 to 3 sizes bigger than they were supposed to be taking classes. They get so busy and you kind of overlook it. We do a lot of land-based activities, like I said, and we do land-based culture camps. We offer 3 one-week camps in the summer. We take them out to Johnson's camp in Molinosa, where they do land-based activities, language, ceremony, and traditional food preparation. And Okay, I have the list of all the events for each month. At the same time, I won't read them all. I have the papers earlier. You can see them. We will be posting everything on the Montreal Lake app, and as well as our Facebook page for the youth center. And I will post and share my phone number and email on the app and Facebook page. So if you have any concerns, if you have any questions, if you have any future programs you want to see at the youth center, like please feel free to contact me. And, yeah, thank you. That's my report. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Okay, that pretty much wraps up our agenda for today. Just quickly, I'm going to ask our leadership to make their way to the front here and give us some closing comments. For me, it's been an honor and a pleasure for me to be your MC for today. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. I know it's been a long day.
Troy was breathing all over it. Oh, he's right there. Anyways, just want to say thank you to everyone that stuck around with us for the entire day. You know, it's good to see that. You know, I spoke earlier about, you know, people wanting assemblies, asking about assemblies. Yet, you know, we don't get too many people show up. Hopefully, on camera, maybe that's where they were listening and watching. I hope. But we're supposed to do this twice a year. I say annually, but I think in one of our acts it says that we were supposed to do it quarterly, 4 times a year. But I believe it was changed to twice a year. But I don't know. That almost seems like 2 months. Maybe we just do it once a year, annually. By the turnouts that we're getting, because these things cost us money, right? Like, you know, everything costs us money. We had to do it in Saskatchewan, Prince Albert, Little Red, and Montreal Lake. The 2 venues in Saskatchewan and Prince Albert cost us quite a bit of money. So maybe that's something, you know, we talk about. Do we do this once a year, twice a year? You know, what do the people want? But anyways, just everybody have a good evening, and wish you all the best. I know tomorrow we have a funeral, Saturday we have a funeral, and you know, it's unfortunate, but wish you all a good evening. Thank you.
Next number, D52. Thank you, like Dean said, thank you for coming. It's always good to have an assembly when it's required. And, thanks for the staff for hanging on there. Thank the heirs for hanging in there also. And the elders and the leadership and Roger for stepping in today. And have a good evening.
Thank you everybody for staying, and to the cleaners, thank you so much for putting the chairs away and cleaning up the tables. Thank you to our elders that stayed with us throughout the 4 days, and we'll see you again next time. And our MC did an awesome job today, and thank you, Roger. It was say hi, safe travels home.
Hi, thank you everyone. Thank you Roger for being the MC. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to our staff for all their reports today, and those who are still here. Our elders, thank you for being here with us. Chief and Council were here. Yeah, you guys all have a good evening. I want to say
here. You get nervous sometimes with doing recording and speaking in front of a big crowd, and our program managers did an awesome job today. Thank you to the Elders Council for being here all day, the Junior Council, and thank you NC here, of course our security guards here, and everyone that helped out. And I want to say good job to the ones cleaning up right now. Thank you guys. I hope you guys all have a safe evening, and if you're traveling, safe travels. Thank you.
Last thing we have to do is we have to close this assembly with a prayer, and I'm going to ask my good old friend from the cabin, I'm going to ask my friend Billy Bird to come to our assembly with the prayer. So, Leonard? I don't often call him Leonard, but he's an elder, so I have to call him. I have to show some respect here for my elder.
I just wanted to share something with you about, I know, as an elder, I've attended a lot of assemblies, and I know it's disappointing for a lot of leaders that and attended our assemblies. I think maybe we should try to advertise more here, and if need be, go to the door. So this way we can help our landlords and assemblies, and instead of going to our leadership and asking questions later, what happened at our assemblies. But that's something that we should look at. Otherwise, I'll say our closing prayer. Oh Lord, Friends, thanks you for the day. For all the reports that we've been for our leaders and our workers. We pray that everyone will have a safe trip home. We also thank the cooks that prepared our meals today. We've got brought on this night that you'll have a safe evening, and also for